Okay, welcome everybody to the first round of EERC. We're right in the middle of the prototype qualification, as we had some small struggles with getting the stream working. Currently it's Loic Monnier in the professional pole at the hypercar, and it's Jason Bins on the pole position professional for the LMP2 class. I'm here in the commentary booth with Thomas. I don't know if he's already active.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
He's there. So as I said, first round. Thomas will just join me for these last 4.5 minutes for qualification, and then he got to get driving in his Porsche.
Yeah, for the rest, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Peter Schoenemann for the race, which I think will be more than enough to entertain you all out there.
And if not, it at least gets you into a nice sleep.
Yeah.
So it's one way or the other. We're gonna find out. As we see Alejandro Nadales, I think, going back to the pits there. And we get this nice, interesting pit lane image.
Yeah, Auto Director is really doing his job right now of giving us the best possible camera angles. As we now see the number 241 Cyberlinks Racing Orica exiting the pit lane, presumably.
Yeah, probably going in for his final run. Trying to improve from that 7th position. Maybe getting into the top 5, although the gaps are quite significant. It's only top 3 within a second, and then there are some gaps. As currently, as I speak, Locatelli improves and goes up to 3rd, 9/10 of P1 in LMP2. With only 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, the gaps are becoming really huge again. The closest field currently in GT3, as expected. Their qualifying already finished.
Yeah, we unfortunately missed the qualification, but Kiss managed to get pole in front of Bussing, Netto, Reinhardt, Ersling, Sellers, and Montero to complete to top 7 within 1.6 seconds.
Well, up to those 7 you have Capoporter, Costa, Bedus, Caparuzzi, Meyerhofer, myself, Van der Pasch and Pano running at the last positions. We have a full grid of GT3 with 15 cars this time. So I think we'll be in for quite an exciting race.
It's gonna be spicy. First round. Maybe some people have to brush the rust off and have to get used to doing some endurance racing here. Also for some people, they might have noticed a difference on the overlay. There's now BSR, which is Blue Steel Racing, if I'm correct, run by Mika Kimi. He's providing strategy advice and a little bit of coaching for pretty much any car and team on the grid. So thanks a lot to Mika and his team for the work.
Nearly got to put him in my car. He decided to opt out of this round and get some sleep. Since he's from Malaysia, he's quite a bit ahead of us in terms of time. I think 6 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that could be very well true, yeah.
I understand that he rather stays out of this round and prefers to get some rest.
As I think qualification is done for Emerald Tuntas. He returns to the pits with 30 seconds to go, so no chance he's gonna get another lap in. So currently P5. We are yet to see if he can hold on to that position or if people behind him are still improving.
11 seconds still on the clock, something like that. And we have The Cyberlinks Racing hypercar in P4 still on track. We have Ryan Masumda still on track, but he's about to escape. William Snowden in the number 7 Boy Transport Racing Ferrari still on track. And your very own Thijs van Loven on track.
Yes, these from the Lions.
William Snowden putting in a personal best first sector. Let's see what he can do. Thijs doing the exact same thing, personal best in the first sector. Coming down onto the main straight right now, which we can't see on stream, I think.
Yes,
we can actually. I was in the game there.
Yeah, 2 green sectors so far, so he's gonna improve, but the question is, will he improve to the top 7 or...
He might be. He's
yeah,
not
he might be.
that far off.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't see the gaps from P7 onwards, because my game has decided it's not bringing me any further than a loading screen.
Let's see what he can do coming over the line right now, and he goes up to P4. A good lap by William Snowden there. Now let's see Thijs van Loven what he can do coming over the line in a few seconds. Oh, that might be track limits for him. He's doing a 147.1, stays P9.
As Nadales enters the pits, and that's the end of his qualification.
Only
I
the
think
rookie monsters
only Moulin is still on track, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's coming into the pits as well, so that was the qualifying session.
Short, but here we have the final results for the hypercar with Loic Monnier on P1, racing for the Porsche 77. Tom Hackett on P2, racing for the 94 Ferrari. Bruno Kolev for the 84 Ferrari on P3. William Snowden for Boy Transport Racing on P4. Alexei Zagordinev for Cyberlinks on P5. Emre Altundas for the 97 Ferrari on P6. Dominic Major for the Full Throttle Racing on P7. Ryan Masumder for the 95 Ferrari on P8. And Thijs van Leeuwen on P10. Then on P2 we have Jensen Bins on P1 for the 23 Valle Esports. Joyce Hughes on P2. Enzo Locatelli for Online Sim Races on P3. Robin Mulling for the 73 Rookie Monsters on P4. Alejandro Nadales for Speedo Racing Team on P5. Nikos Papamichail for the 169 on P6. Thomas Moult on P7. Maxime Bellieu on P8. Hussein Yilmaz on P9 and Jordi Lowijs on P10. Then on P11, still on P2, it's Davide Zanini for Optimino Esports. It's Jeffrey Baker on P12, Alexander Nekoroshikov on P13, and Nick Sandoval on P14. Then the GT3 classifications is Velasquez on P1, Ilko Bussing for Team Rookie Monsters on P2, Alicio Neto on P3 for the 77, Benjamin Reinhardt for Vanavond Motorsports on P4, Daniel Estink for Bros Racing on P5, Bradley Sellers for Team Rookie Monsters on P6, Antonio Montero for Boy Transport Racing on P7, Gabor Fodor for Hungarian Hobby Races on P8, Gonzalo Costa for Neurotic Sim Racing on P9, and Zakaria Bidaus on P10 for Online Sim Races. P11 it's Davide Caprucci for Renegade Sim Racing Team. P12 it's Norbert Majorover for Neurotic Sim Racing. Thomas Raske for Vanavond Motorsport on P13. Tom van der Pasch for CRS X-Kart Esports on P14. Janus Pant for Optimino Esports on P15. So you saw someone doing some donuts at the end of pit lane.
Yeah, already preparing for that race win they are trying to achieve.
You better be early on that. Gotta
Yeah,
practice
always.
that.
So quite a mixed up grid from what I can see. I saw a few people on the Discord and YouTube chat complain about the qualifying session, that they couldn't extract the maximum out of the cars. So I think we'll be in for quite a treat.
Yeah,
Some cars being quicker than they are on grid.
I define it as a skill issue, to be honest.
We can't say such stuff on broadcast right now.
Oh, I just did, didn't I?
Oh,
I don't even know who said it, so
a few people.
I know Benjamin said he could do better, so Benjamin definitely skill issue.
Yeah, I think I'm included into the skill issue as well. I could have done quite a bit more with your car, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
I nearly put on the rain tires there.
So we have 3 minutes warm up, and then I think we do the formation lap and then start the race.
Something like that, yeah.
So I don't think we start right on the hour because it's still 8 minutes, still 2 UK time, 3 for me.
Well, that's up to the race director to handle.
Yeah.
Apparently
Not
the
my
warm-up
problem.
was supposed to be a bit longer, but a bit of misunderstanding from the race director and the server provider. But could be worse.
Yep.
Race will start when warm-up ends. Just got the confirmation from race director, so I think I'll have to leave you.
Yeah, you should be getting yourself warmed up. And then I will keep an eye out for you.
Oh, better not.
Yes, I better do. I hope you provide me from some entertainment.
Oh, yeah. You will see spins in places that you've never seen a car spin.
So halfway on the straight line.
Oh yeah, basically.
Nice.
Yeah, I need to continue the tradition of flipping the cars. You know, that team has started at the start of the season.
I have not flipped any car. Yeah, good luck, Thomas.
See you at the later times when you're commentating
and, I'll see you on stream pointing the wrong way.
Yeah.
So it's just me then. 1.5 minutes left in warm-up, and then we go on to the formation lap. It's just been confirmed by the race director. It's gonna be a pretty long race, 8 hours to drive. How the strategies will play out. Will people go for the double stint on tires, or will they not? Also, a lot of unknowns about that car and strategy, at least for me. I've not driven it for a single second. But at least the field seems to be a little bit more balanced than it was in the last season. Then in the LMP2 we have, I think, mainly Orcas running again. I haven't actually checked if there is a Ligier. I know you can pick the Ligier. I don't know if you want to pick the Ligier, that's a different thing. But I believe there is at least one on the grid, so let me check real quick. Yes, there is a Ligier, and it's driven by an automotive. So yeah, they scored some baseness points, I would say. So we're now watching Thomas Raschke. Well, not anymore. Jeffrey Baker in his Ligier. Is it a Ligier actually? He signed up as a Ligier. Yes, it's a Ligier. The warm-up has finished, so not long to go until we move to the race session. It should actually be happening within seconds from now.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Can you make sure you're on the grid, please? You've got a minute.
So there we go, people are lining up on the grid. We obviously first get the formation lap going on. Will be unleashed. I don't know if that's English, but who knows. With Loic Monnier on pole leading the whole field, the whole pack. Kinda as expected.
Okay, so on pit limiter, please.
And there they start the formation lap on pit limiter. As I see Costa is in the pits. Didn't he run out of time before making it onto the grid? I can't remember at the top of my head where he qualified, but it's definitely not the way you want to start an 8-hour race. On the other end, it's 8 hours, so if he can start from the pits. Yes,
Okay, so we're gonna restart the session because someone disconnected on the transition.
Okay, the session will be restarted.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
And just once more so we can see if they can get them in.
Hopefully the disconnected team is able to rejoin now. So we still have the full grid going on for these 8 hours.
Oh, it's just gonna be a warm-up until this team's rejoined. And then I'll move it straight to the race. Okay, so we're moving back to race now that everyone's in.
Okay, so moving back to the race.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
And can everyone get on the grid,
Hopefully
please?
this time we have a little bit more luck on our sides and no one disconnected during the trans.
Okay, so remember when the lights go out, you drive on the pit limiter single file. And can the GT3s just leave a little bit of a gap to the LMP2s, please?
And once again we're moving for the formation lap, and this time it looks like everyone is still in the session.
Just a little bit more of a gap between the GTs and the prototypes, please. Yeah, that should be fine now, thank you.
Just for a moment my internet was shitting itself, because we're back. On board with Bruno Kolev for the Promix Flame team, 84. So run to the back straight on the formation lap. Obviously nothing serious happened yet, since it's a formation lap.
And can the prototypes start lining up double file, please?
So the prototypes need to line up double files, so that means we're not far off to be starting off this race. We still have 8 hours and 2 minutes on the clock. I see one prototype taking a bit of an old line into that corner. And hopefully
Yeah, the
things
gap's
won't
closed
get
up
too
as well.
messy during the first laps.
And can the GTs start lining up double file as well, please?
So it's Loic
And
Monnier
now
on pole
prototypes prepare for green.
for season 5 of the EERC Endurance Championship on the COTA Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas.
Prototype green flag.
And it's green flag for the prototypes. And instantly we see someone barging into the
GT3 is
wall,
prepared for
4
green.
wide going into turn 1. Maybe even 5 wide. Oh boy. It's Loic Monnier who gets still be leading after the first corner, but afterward, behind them it's carnage. People going off on the left, right and center
And
after turn
GT3
1.
green flag.
Hopefully everything is cleared before the GT3s enter turn 1. But I think it was definitely a gold and white car that was not pointing the way you want it to be. And it looks like everything is clear. GT3 also a green flag, with Bussing now taking the lead over Kiss. Kiss losing 1 place. But it's 8 hours race and Kiss knows that. And we see a white Porsche. I think, is that Thomas Raschke going off in the back? I'm not sure. Could have been either the black and white Bentley as well. No, it's driving here. So we had some incidents in the turn 1, but nothing too bad it seems. I've not seen any flying wings. It looks like it was Norbert Major over going off in the background. We'll find out. Oh, there is a car without a rear wing. It looks like an LMP2. And we see Bruno Kolev was one of the
Intentional
guys
drives will come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
that was in
5,
those incidents,
4,
and we come to code
3,
80.
2, 1. Code 80. Code 80.
So 1 lap in and we're coming to code 80. We see here another that looks like a hypercar driving slow. It's Emre Altuntes heading for the pit lane, so he also picked up some damage at the start shenanigans. And we see Van Leeuwen made it into the top 7. So, oh, this is Nico's Papa Michael. He did a pretty good qualifying if I remember correctly, but yeah, we're not even
Nico,
2 minutes in.
what are you doing?
Yeah, that was not what you would like to see on the code 80, losing the car still. Potentially getting the GT3 some damage. So, first lap is done and we have still Loic Monnier in the P1 for the hypercar. In front of the Cyberlinks, and on P3 it's Snowden for Point Transport Racing. For LP2 it's Hughes on P1, Bins on P2 and Low-Ice on P3. So in the LP2 there's definitely been some shuffling with the positions, because I don't think Low-Ice was in the top 3 in qualification. Then for GT3 it's Bussing on P1, just behind him it's Kiss and Sellers. So Bussing taking the position from Kiss, but still a long race ahead, so anything here to change about it. So you now see Nikos Papamichael getting into the pits. So unless there is someone behind him still with damage driving on track, we shouldn't be long for this code 80.
Intentional drives, we go back to green in 10 seconds.
Called it. So
5,
back to
4,
green in 5.
3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
As we see, I see William Snowden. William Snowden is not starting, he's standing still on the track there. Oh, and it's going from bad to worse. 3 LMP2s there. Getting tangled up into each other. Let's see if William Snowden has find the throttle. Yes, it looks like it. Pretty sure he was in P4 or P3 before the code 80, and then yeah, there's a LMP2 without the right front wheel. It looks like that's not good, but at least he managed to keep it straight and off the racing line. So So far it doesn't look like there's a code 18 needed. But once again it looks like people are racing as if it's the last lap of the championship while we're on the first lap.
There's a slow car in the back straight.
Drivers get warned about the slow car in the back straight. But I think most of the field just passed it already. The LP2 field is still very close, and too close actually, because there is one going around. I think it was actually a hypercar trying to pass the LP2 field after some incidents on the first lap. As you see, Ryan Masunder and Bruno Kolev, those are the two hypercars which are pretty much in the middle of the LP2 field.
Slow car is now in the pits, so track is clear.
As you see, Nick Sandoval reaching the pits for Team Chocolito. That's an unfortunate start, but luckily enough, you can replace the right front wheel. It will take some time, but it's replaceable and repairable. Also in the pits are still Enzo Locatelli and Nikos Papamihao, while Papamihao is actually exiting it right now. He's now the last car that's still driving. See Thijs van Leeuwen driving behind an LP2. So there is some mixed up field between the LMP2 and the hypercars after that pretty chaotic lap 1. But Van Leeuwen clearing here the LMP2. The pace difference between those classes isn't that great. It's about 3-4 seconds, I believe. So the slower hypercars will be pretty close towards the faster LMP2 drivers. And I'm pretty sure some LMP2s will finish in front of some hypercars. So we're watching Jensen Bins driving P2 for LMP2. And here we have a battle between Gabor Fodor and whoever that might be in front of him. It must be Caprucci. Fodor looking for the inside, but can't make his way around. Van Leeuwen once again on the attack on the LMP2 drivers. I think this is the leader, so after this he has cleared the field and can make his way up until William Snowden. Duke's putting in the best lap time for his class in the LMP2. And this is the GT3 field, still very close, very packed. We have Daniel Ashtling on the inside of Benjamin Reinhardt. Can he make it stick? Next corner is going the other way around, so doubt it. And indeed, Reinhardt keeps the position. Jeffrey Becker went to the inside of... That must have been the Cyberlinks. No. Yes. It was the Cyberlinks. So even though the LMP2 field is pretty spread out already, with Nadal is having 10 seconds on the leaders already after well, barely 4 laps of green flag racing. Behind that, there are still people that are really close. It's especially Nadal is having only 2 tenths in front of Mould. So that could be interesting to watch. And we have Jeffrey Baker behind that, chasing Robin Moulin for Team Rookie Monsters. As we see Nikos Papamihau being in the pit lane, and I think he DNF'd. Yep, he has left the race, but the vehicle has been stored in the garage. So either that's a disconnection or a actual retirement. I've seen some messages about him being teleporting in the formation lab, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's actually a connection issue. As here is the battle with Thomas Mould and Nadales. And actually it looks like Yumas can get into this battle as well. Maybe Nadales is not having the pace the guys behind him can do over the race distance. Or he's just being a bit conservative at the start of the race. Like 90% of the field. The camera focuses on Davide Zanini, but I think what's happening behind him is more interesting. Also, that must have been... It's Puyo driving behind him, but it must have been Moulin locking the rears into that corner. Managed to stay away from it and not cause any contact or incidents. To see Ryan Mazumder making his way back up into the field. Yes, he had to pass most of the LMP2s, but then he can finally chase down the last of the hypercars. And we see that actually some hypercars are already having to deal with some GT3 traffic. So here see Bruno Kolev and Thijs van Leeuwen. Kolev making the pass. So he made his way back up pretty quickly already. So see here Kolev trying to make his way past, I think that's Thomas Raschke. Meunier with already a big lead on the Cyberlinks car. He's driving off like he's in a different class, different league on his own. His best lap was around 1.2 quicker than the Cyberlinks behind him, so he definitely got the winner's pace, but it's also for him 7 hours and 46 minutes to go, and a lot of things can go wrong in that time. As we see Maxime Bellieu exploring the track limits down the penultimate corner exit. I think that's only allowed in NASCAR to drive like that. now it's Davide Zanini behind Moling. Through the S's they go. A fast section with a lot of high-speed corners. Where you got to trust the car, and it's definitely one of the sectors you don't want to get stuck behind some GT3 traffic, because they do way slower through there. So we will look at Dominic Major, currently in P4. And this is an interesting battle. There's a small train forming behind Nadales. This could become pretty entertaining with the GT3 traffic ahead. You don't want to get a GT3 in between you and Nadales as Rowan Mulling. And he's trying his best to prevent that happening. Once again through the S's. It looks to be the quicker car of the two. There's the next GT3, Norbert Majorover. Kinda holds up Nadales, but he can't disappear, he can't finish, and tries to take his line, hit the apex, but here goes Jordi Loas into the grass in the... Which corner is that? Is that... this is at the end of the S's, no? Yeah, I think it's... Probably just misjudged the corner and went on the grass, but it looks like he got away with it. And we have now these 4 cars from Nadales till Zanini battling it out, and here it is, Mood looking on the inside of Nadales. A little bit of contact. It's a shame the camera doesn't really pick it up. There we go. Is it Zanini already? No, this is behind there. This is Zanini with when Nadales dropped down. So there was a train, and it's now gone. Jensen Bins pretty comfortably in P2. Quite a big gap behind, and catching on Hughes looks like. But now stuck behind the Porsche in the S's, going around the outside. But he definitely lost some time there. You see the delta go from 1 second to 2. Super easy to lose time between those GT3s, but you gotta be patient, because you can lose 1 second on your delta, but when you have to repair some damage, yeah, I'm sure it will be more. As Loic Monnier is not chilled out yet. He's improving his best lap, 1:45.0. That's 1.3 quicker than the car behind. And his gap is now extended to 16.5 seconds. So we're watching the leader of the GT3 class, Ilko Bussing. He took the lead at the start and pretty much drove away slowly, but consistently from Thibaut Case. Is it Thibaut Case actually? It's Ballas Case, never mind. But the gap is now 2.8 seconds, as we here see Davide Zanini making his way through the GT3 field. With behind him, oh, and loses it almost on the braking of the last corner. It's easy to let the rear step out there, especially in those LMP2s. So 20 minutes in, and we have one DNF so far with Nikos Papamichau. As there it is, Zanini just putting it on the inside of that GT3. I don't think he would be too happy about it. We have a yellow in sector 1. That is Norbert Majorover. It looks like he's at least... Oh! I was about to say he's careful with returning, but yeah, he is. And we have the two teammates, at least the livery is too identical to not be teammates in my opinion. And it is the two Optimino e-sport cars. Remco will be watching this with sweaty hands. Here you can clearly see how frustrating it must be as an LMP2 drive to drive behind the GT3s into the tight sections of this track. It's where you have to be patient. So far as Zanini has been. This is the battle for P11. Pano going for the inside. Braking late. Does he hit the apex? He does. And what's it done? So we see Josh Hughes has now been overtaken by Jensen Bins. So the gap was 2 seconds not long ago. And now Hughes is almost a second behind Bins. So something happened there. Well, definitely an overtake at least. See Ryan Mazoom, they're taking the NASCAR line in P8. I think he's not far from Van Leeuwen. No, he's actually right behind him. And here we have the battle in GT3. Daniel Ashling, and behind him that is Zakaria Pitos for online sim races. No, there's someone in between there. Oh, it's Ashling behind Fodor. So Ashling is trying to get into the top 8. Putting the pressure on, hoping for a small mistake so he can get a better exit. He's hitting the apex, at least taking a different line through the long right-hander. And really on the tail of Fodor here, looking for the last corner, but thinks the better of it. It's a tricky corner to put your car side there. So we're back in the GT3 battle with Davide Caparucci in P6. He's then behind Montero. Too far to make a move so far, but definitely catching. Ooh, that's Janus Pano pointing the wrong way, but has he kept it out of the wall? That's the question. I think we'll find out as soon as he's back on the track. At least he returns on track safely. As I can see on the live timing that Estling has managed to pass Fodor in the GT3 and is now into P8. As we see here, Thijs van Leeuwen defending from Ryan Mazumder, but Mazumder making the position, making the pass. Can van Leeuwen get back on the straight? That's the question. He looked a bit quicker on the exit, but I think he had to slow down to not run into the back of Mazumder there. And I think Mazumder is the one with greater pace overall. Oh, and that's Tom van der Pasch on the last corner. That's an old place to go off. He was against the wall, but did he actually make a lot of contact with the wall? I'm not sure. So also Fodor went off. And he now lost position to the online sim races as well. Here it's next Sandoval, I think, getting out of the way for some of the LMP2s. Oh, that was pretty close with the hypercar there. And Bruno Kolev is going into the pits. That's pretty early, I would say, so he probably either picked up some damage. I don't see any penalties been given out yet, so I assume that's to repair some of the damage that he might have picked up somewhere. Hopefully for him it won't be too long of a stop, as he will drop out of the top 8 now. On board Dominic Major in the Porsche. In front of him is William Snowden. To this tricky braking zone, and then a very tight section coming up. Not really made for a hypercar, I think, but it's definitely challenging to drive. And again we have a yellow in sector 3, but it's gone already, so not too much of a problem. Here we have the two fine Avant cars. Please don't crash each other, guys. Thank you. And Alejandro Nadal is in the pits, so either he caused that short yellow we had and he's now having to pit for damage as well, or this is also a very early stop. I think the LP2 can do around 40 minutes, so 10 minutes shorter, that's yeah, not ideal, because over 8 hours, if you pit every time 10 minutes before the rest, you will yeah, pretty much lose a stint or have to do a pit stop extra. We now see Dominic Major is really caught up to the back of William Snowden. And now William Snowden is also stuck behind the two LMP2s of Optimino. The question is, can one of these two make a move into the next corner? We see the two cars of Optimino go side by side, but he thinks better of it, Zanini. The last thing you want to do is crash out your teammate. And in the GT3 field we can see that Benjamin Reinhardt made a pass on Davide Caprucci. Ooh, that's Zakaria Bidaus. He just made a pass on Fodor, but now spins into the SS and is now again close to losing that spot again. So we're now watching Tom Hackett, who's not far from Zach Ordenef. And here again you see how much the traffic influences the gaps. It's really not about just putting in hot laps, but it's also about how do you manage the traffic and how do they manage you. It's about trust from two sides. But so far it looks to go all okay. So we're 32 minutes into the race and Logan Meunier is about to that's gonna be 2 pointing the wrong way. But he turned it again, but Logan Meunier is almost gained 1 second every minute we race so far. He's really making a point in his first hour. In LP2 it's Jensen Bins leading in front of Hughes. And in GT3 it's still Bussing in front of Kiss. As you see, Beaulieu and Zanini are really close on the live timing and even switching positions every now and then. So here see the leader of the GT3 field. Back to Zakaria Bidaus. Side by side with that's a good question. It's again with Fodor, so these two are finding each other on track every now and then. Behind them it's Thomas Raschke. Can he catch up while these two in front of him are fighting? And I think this is the car Nadales used to drive in, and they made a drive change, so maybe some hardware issues caught up to them. Jordi Loes looking very aggressive through the SS. Car looked a little bit sideways. Zanini trying to get a good exit, but runs a little bit wide. And I think these two Optimino cars should work together a bit more than instead of attacking each other the first half hour of the race. Because Puglia is losing ground towards Yilmaz. So there is a penalty for Kolev. Drive-through penalty for causing a collision, lap 2 incident. And here it's Tom Hackett on the rear of the Siblings hypercar. But the TV camera yet decides to cut off when we go enter a straight. Because who likes to see potential overtakes? But nothing happened luckily for us. As Van Leeuwen is now in the pits. That seems to be a bit early as well. As we see, the Bruno Kolev Pro Mix Flame car gets another drive-through, again for causing a collision. And this time on lap 1. So 2 laps, 2 drive-throughs. That's a streak you want to end as soon as possible. So you now see that Joaquin Morales has left the race. So first they did a driver swap and now they're in the pits, DNF'd. So now watching the number 20 online sim races, catched up to Fodor again for the how many time in this half an hour, and we see Kolev getting out of the pits and instantly running wide into turn 1. This looks a little bit messy with the 2 LMP2s there. One reading game and Jeffrey Becker in the other one. The reading game passes him. Jeffrey Becker has to slot in behind the GT3 for this corner, which is gonna lose him even more time. Can't get a good exit either, it looks like. This is Nick Sandoval still struggling by the looks of things. In the yellow sector 3, and that's, I think, Yilmaz pointing the wrong way. He's got to turn that car without interfering any others on track. So that moves up the Cyberlinks 241 to P7. and he's still working on getting that car pointing the correct way. He does just in front of the hypercar and the GT3 field there. So luckily for him, no interference with other cars. As this is Thijs van Leeuwen with, I think that's a hypercar who's a lap ahead of him behind him. It could have been the Cyberlinks maybe. Or maybe it's Dominic Major. It's neither of them. It's what is the Cyberlinks being held up by Thijs. Thijs getting the blue flags. He gotta let him pass, and so he does. A little bit too much room given there. Almost spins himself out on the AstroTurf on the exit of the corner. This is Tom Hackett again. Oh no, that's Jordi Loas pointing the wrong way on the main straight. Gets his car going pretty quick again. As you see Bussink getting overtaken by Kiss and instantly dropping 4 seconds on him, 6 even. So Bussink made a mistake there on the SS. So the team rookie monsters losing P1, but they're definitely still in the race. Oh, and that's Nick Sandoval still struggling. Almost in the wall. And he got to wait till everyone is passed, because this is a tight section of the track. And I think we could have just glued these cars together, because they've been behind each other for the first 43 minutes of the race, and by the looks of things their pace is pretty equal. There's another penalty being given out to the 4 Fine Alpha Motorsports, causing a collision with the Bros Racing 87. And we get the first pit stop in the LMP2 class, it looks like, and this makes more sense than after half an hour. It's Hughes and Moult in the pits. So you now see the Boy Transport Racing making a move. No, it's getting passed by Elisio Neto, who also passes the Fine Avond, but runs wide and loses both again. I think Benjamin Reinhardt had to take some avoiding action there to not get shunted off by Neto. But he yet gets passed by the Boy Transport Racing, so the BTR went from losing one place to gaining one in 2 corners. So we also have some GT3s in the pits. It's Bradley Sellers and Jelko Bossink. And also Jordi Loa is now joining everyone in the pits. So you see Tom Hackett still on the rear of the Cyberlinks hypercar. So Reinhardt is going in and assume for taking his penalty. Yep, and he's out again, so that was a drive-through. The Optimino goes out again, and it looks like it's Maxime Berlioz now right behind Sannini instead of the other way around, so the undercut for Sannini has worked. Maybe that's something Tom Hackett should think about, going in one lap earlier and then clearing Zagornev on pit exit. Or maybe saving fuel to go one lap longer. We will find it out soonish. So I've been joined in the commentary channel by Ryan.
Hello.
Welcome, Ryan. You're early.
Am I? But well, I'm supposed
Well,
to be.
I don't mind it. I was
sorry.
getting kind of lonely in here.
I was going to say I'm supposed to be a 3 till 6, I think.
Oh, really? I was
Yeah.
just checking the thing. Oh, wait, you actually are, yeah. Yeah, sorry. Never mind. You're right on time, Ryan. Oh, and it's another Ryan pointing the wrong way.
Yeah. That looked like a possible mistake on pit entry by the looks of things.
Yeah, maybe just slightly outbraked himself there. I think it's something you practice the least. Is that both of Tom Hackett and Mr. Gordon going into the pits there?
Yes.
So it's gonna be a battle of the pit crews.
Indeed, and obviously, Loic Meunier's now got that. Well, already got a fairly commanding lead.
Yeah, I think it was over 30 seconds already before the pit stop. So Loic Meunier is definitely in another league on his own.
For sure, and obviously, all these swapping and changing in the pits has promoted Snowden into second place and Major into third.
Have you been watching the first hour of the race?
No, I haven't had a chance to. So it's really just dropped myself straight on in at the deep end, you know.
Oh yeah. There was some chaos in the first couple of laps, and we had a COTA 80 after lap 1, but ever since it's been relatively quiet. As the camera cuts off every time we see something spectacular. But there was Jeffrey Baker, I think, having a little bit of contact with one of the GT3s.
Yeah, it looks to be an Aston Martin.
But there are not a lot of Aston Martins, so let me check. There isn't even one Aston Martin on the grid, or
I'm seeing things then.
maybe it was a Bentley, or
Oh, that's it. It could be a Bentley.
there's a lot of Porsches and McLarens, and one Bentley and one Audi.
Has it got any British Racing Green on it by any chance?
I think it's black and white.
Oh, and coming together between, well, one of the LMPs and the two battling for 7th position.
Yeah, these two have been battling each other pretty much ever since the start, and whenever the BMW gets past, he makes a mistake within 5 laps, so he gets behind the McLaren again. And they start it all over again. But yeah, I think you just joined middle of the pit stop sequence. I think most of the NLP2s have pitted by now. Looking at the order, I think it's only maybe Mulling yet to pit.
And that's hindered the McLaren being lapped at that point by the LMP2, so that we could see another move here.
Yeah, in the toe. It's a long straight, but it's also a very tricky braking zone. We've seen Alicio Neto trying to go for a move here and not hitting the apex by mouse.
Yeah, obviously still staying the same between these two, and we did briefly see a yellow in Sector 2, so I wonder what that was for.
Yeah, maybe someone made a small excursion off the track. So I think we had a driver swap in the 94 LMH. Because I haven't seen the name Lee before. Yeah, he went in, Tom Hackett went out, so that's a car that was on the tail of the Cyberlinks racing.
I don't know if you already said Snowden's pitted for a second now.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't. Yeah, he should come back on track around P5, if I remember correctly.
This is looking a bit messy here.
Yeah, this is a bit messy indeed. Oh, and there
Oh.
it goes, and it's the McLaren into the wall. With, I think that's the... Is that the Boyd Transport Racing LMP2?
And it looks like, I'm not sure if the BMW got a little bit of damage out of that as well.
I definitely got out the luckiest way.
Yeah.
What's a reading game?
Reading game studio.
Or was it discarding from? I don't know. I think it was discarding.
I think it was that sort of colour scheme, so
Yeah. But luckily the McLaren is still alive. Because that was quite a nasty impact, but
somehow.
no doubt he has some damage. Because this is a wide approach of the overtaking the GT3, and I think actually bringing the LMH a bit off guard.
Yeah, I think just the way that the car snapped then, I don't think that was intentional from.
No, it definitely didn't look intentional. He almost went off the track, and I know that the red part after the curb is more slippery than you expect it to be. So it's something you definitely don't want to touch in a fast corner.
I'm just trying to think. I can't remember if we've seen many races with the Audi R8 in it.
I don't think it was in the field last season, or definitely not for the full season. Maybe there was an Audi every couple of races, but it's been a rarity.
And obviously, yeah, in real life, Audi obviously cutting their customer support. This is possibly the only opportunity we'd actually see a Audi on track in a race.
Yeah, in R Factor 2 there is no lack of parts, so
yeah. So the last Audi rolled off the production line. Audi R8 rolled off the production line. I can't remember if it was yesterday or Thursday. I think it was Thursday it rolled off the production line.
yeah, it's an end of an era. Looks like we get the news every couple of weeks over a nice car model that's been its last production, last day in production every now and then. So
Seen a nice little battle between the two Porsches.
yeah, and HHR McLaren definitely picked up some damage there because they went straight into the pits.
So I believe was that Bradley Sellers and Thomas Raschek, that one? Or was it Raschek and Costa?
This is, I think, Costa and...
Yeah, Costa and Raschek.
Yeah.
I think the Lamborghini Huracan is the last car in production that has a V10 in it without any other gubbins to it.
Yes. Well, that's pretty much still an Audi, isn't it?
Yeah, it's basically an R8, but more expensive.
Yeah, think V10 is unfortunately something only from the past. In all classes you see the combustion engine getting smaller and smaller and more hybrid technology getting implemented. Pretty much everywhere.
Although we're yet to see it in things like GT3, I think by implementing hybrid technology, I think that would potentially cause GT3 to be a little bit too expensive.
Yes,
a lot.
yeah.
Oh!
Oh, and there's another incident in the same corner. And that's Rushke
So it's a
getting taken out by the LMP2. It's
Oh wow! It looked more like, I think it was a Porsche LMH that
oh yeah,
tagged it.
I stand corrected, but it was almost an identical incident and that we seen a couple laps ago.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a thing we see on the regular, and obviously, you know, stewards don't take too kindly to the higher category cars taking out lap traffic.
Yeah, it's the responsibility of the quick car to overtake in a safe manner. So when you see it 2 times go wrong in that same corner, it's probably not the right corner to do the overtaking in.
No, and actually, as we cut back, the BMW is now leading from the Porsche. Although, is that going to be
For how long?
for how long?
Oh, and there's some contact as well, and the Porsche looks like he just managed to get it out of the wall.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the Porsche of
Bussing, I think it was.
is it Bus? No, but oh yeah, it was Busing.
Yeah, he dropped down a bit. I think he pitted already, and the rest is he had to pit.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think that was probably on him because the BMW had nowhere else to go.
Yeah, I think around the outside in that corner is you're taking a lot of risk with putting that move on then. So we have another yellow in sector 3.
This is
Ryan Mazumder behind. Oh, and that's a wheel going off from Gonzalo Costa. I hope for him it looks like it's his left front.
Yep. What's happened there?
Yeah, I wonder that. He's still standing still there. If it's only his left front, he should be able to continue. As we see Ilko Bussing once again trying to make the move. He is passed before the apex, but will he make the corner? Yes, he does. And up into P6 he goes.
Yeah, very clean move that was.
Yeah, it was way cleaner than his attempt.
Yeah, the previous attempt, yeah.
Gonzalo Costa is still standing still in the first sector. The yellow flag is gone.
I seeing that correct that in LMH, 4th down to 7th, pretty much within 5 seconds of each other.
Oh. The OSR goes wide in the corner, the penultimate corner of the track, and loses a place to Bradley Sellers. Yeah, I think the overlay for the LMH needs to be refreshed because it's saying that 3 out of the 4 are in the pits, but I'm pretty sure none of them are in the pits.
No, none of them are in the pits. By the looks of things, Snowden in 4th position has got Major just under 3 seconds behind, and then Boran is a second behind Major, and Mazumba is just over 2 seconds behind Boran, and so it's a fairly close gag cars for the top 4. Oh, sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
down to 7th, yeah.
Yeah, it's really just Loic who's driven away from the rest of the field.
Well, I mean, if you look at the timings, his lap is a 1 minute 44, and Zarganev is dirt behind is done a 146 as their best lap, and everyone else is really over a second behind.
Yeah, it's the next best lap is 1.2 slower than Loic's best lap.
Yeah.
And I think Loic's average pace is probably still quicker than anyone else's best lap, so
As we see the Audi in the wall.
yeah, it's Tom van der Posch.
Just to see any updates from the steward's decision.
So Gonzalo Costa is still standing in the sector 1. So we get like a semi-permanent yellow flag there. Zakaria Bidaus is now standing still on the start-finish straight. Did he miss his pit entry? He gets a penalty probably for crossing the pit entry line and then not going actually into the pit lane.
Well, I hope he's got enough fuel to
Do one more lap, yeah.
Yeah, and you see the stricken Porsche at the end side of the circuit there.
Yeah, I first thought the Porsche might be searching for his ignition button, but
This looks like a move for position as Mazumba goes up the inside but misses the apex, and still side by side as they come into this
he had to
stadium section.
full stop to keep it on track there. And now he has to make sure that it's poor run, isn't it?
Yep.
He's not getting the move back on him.
Well, he did give him a decent sniff of getting the position back, but Boran not quite switched on enough to capitalise on it, it seems. Because he did come from some way back by the looks of things to make that move.
Yeah, especially if you see him like parked on the exit of the corner like that. Desperate to keep the car on track. He probably braked a little later than he should have. This is a battle for the LMP2 that's getting quite interesting with 3 cars involved now. That's Jeffrey Becker in front. It's the Sibylings behind him, and the Sibylings gets past. Or did it get a blue flag? Or because that looks like a very easy pass.
As we look to the 2 Ferraris, and it's another unlapping manoeuvre going on. Oof. In the LMP2 field. Quite surprised how the LMP3s. Well, actually, no, I'm getting mixed up. The Orcas are still LMP2s, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a Ligier.
The Ligier, sorry. I was gonna, because usually I've been so used to iRacing of recent where the Ligier is an LMP3. I'm like, oh, we got LMP3s in this field, but no, we do not.
No, it's the Ligier. It's like an LMP3 through the corners, but on the straight, it's definitely an LMP2.
Yeah.
As we see, Alicio Neto in the pits for team name. That's an interesting name. Which promotes Reinhardt up to P3, but I think Reinhardt is yet to pit. And the Porsche apparently is asking for a reset, but I wonder why that is, because I think they could just start up the car again and drive to the pits.
Oh yeah, because it's not like they've got one of the driven wheels missing, so...
Yeah,
usually, yeah.
Unless they've blown the engine as well. Which is still possible.
Yeah, the same car has no engine, it seems.
Yeah, then I am afraid that's the end of the race for them.
Yeah.
By the looks of things, they got murdered by an LMH.
Yeah.
But we're yet to see any proof of that. As we see Thijs van Leeuwen eating it on the inside of the Cyberlinks there. Probably wasn't too happy about that.
I haven't seen anything though in the steward's decision yet. Obviously, the teams, in fact, Costa himself is being quite.
I think he now officially DNF'd. Yep, he's back in the pits. So good for us. We can now finally see if something happens in Sector 1 when there is a yellow. Unfortunate for the Nordic sim racing team.
Yeah, and again, potentially another murder from the LMHs through that section. It seems lapping hasn't been the cleanest of things through that first sector.
Yeah, I think maybe they underestimate how little grip the GT3s have through the quick S's. So if you go around the outside and the GT3 understeers a bit into you, or maybe they brake for a corner that's maybe even flat in the LMH. But yeah, with 7 hours or 6 hours 47 minutes to go, you expect people still to be a little bit more patient than they have been so far. But yeah, it's been like that pretty much from the start of the race.
Yeah,
everyone racing like it's the last lap.
Yeah, just trying to think. I think, is this the first season we've gone to COTA with LMHs, or
yes?
Yes, because I think when I came in, because we didn't do COTA last season, did we? But
no, it was season before that.
Season before, which I believe we only had LMP2s and GT3s at that point.
Yes, if I remember correctly, yes. So yeah, it's an extra class, which is even quicker than the LMP2. That's yeah, has to be considered from the GT3 points, and from the LMH they have to be careful around the GT3s. As this is Josh Hughes going wide after the corner, after the back straight. Still driving in P3 of the LMP2 class.
next weekend I've got an iRacing race around Imola, 6 hours, and we're going to be in a GT3, but there's also LMP2 and LMH on the grid as well, so that's going to be entertaining.
Oh lord, yes, that's gonna be I have the 20th of April. I have a race on Imola, but I'm in a GTE, and it's only GTE and LMP2, so the difference in speed is a little bit less with those two classes than it is with the GT3 and LMH. But especially tracks like Imola are, I would say, more difficult even to overtake than COTA.
Oh, for sure, and it seems in a lot of places at Imola, it's a lot narrower in sections.
Yeah, you definitely have less runoff. I mean, if you look on the right here, that's you don't see that in Imola. If you're dead out of the track, you're in a house probably.
Yeah, where here you've basically got a football pitch to crash on.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, Imola is a way more old school track in that way.
Yeah, and obviously, well, COTA's been only around since when was the first race? 2011 or 2012?
Yeah, I think somewhere around 2010, 2011. Some. I think it was finished a couple of years earlier, but then it got delayed or something. But it's definitely not been there for 20 years. Like, it's way less than Imola. Imola has been there for well, 60, 70 years or something.
Yeah. Daniel Earthling, 4th place in GT3. Oh, and that's off for the Fring of Ond.
Keeps it out of the wall, but looks like he spun it on the exit of that corner there.
Yeah, well, I think Van Leeuwen was pushing on quite well. He was putting in personal best sectors and personal best laps. In fact, he put in personal best first sector on this lap prior to his little spin. Yeah, I'm wondering if we've seen much of a has there been much of a difference between speed comparison to last season's the LMPH that we were running last season and the LMH of this season?
Last season it was the Klickenhaus and the rip-off Toyota.
Yeah.
And this year it's the Ferrari and the Porsche.
Yeah.
And I think these are a bit quicker in general. Like last year we had to put a BOP on the Toyota to make it as quick as the Glick. But I think those two cars we have not right now are more close to each other from a base setup or base BOP, and they're a little bit quicker as well. So I think it's a step forward in general.
It was pretty cool. I had the opportunity earlier this year to go have a look at the Ferrari and go open the door and have a look inside the cockpit and everything of the one that the same model of Ferrari that won Le Mans. I don't think it was the exact car that won Le Mans, but it was one of them. And yeah, it's quite a cozy atmosphere inside that LMH cockpit. I don't think people quite realise how cramped it is. Yeah,
you don't have to be claustrophobic, otherwise you pretty sure you won't have a pleasant time driving that car. But it's with most prototypes that they look way more spacey from onboard cams and stuff like that than they actually are. Especially when you, I think it was last race from the WEC on Qatar, and you see the Ford Mustang behind one of the LMDH, and then only you realize how small that car actually is.
Yeah. Third place Bradley Sellers in the Bentley. Wow, it's like the two optimal esports cars together, is that?
Yeah, they've been together all race, I would say. Like, I don't think Jeffrey Becker was in between them for a bit, but not long afterwards they were on each other's tail already again. So the team owner Remco de Zeeuw probably have some sweaty hands for the first 1.5 hours of this race. Although I must say they haven't been too aggressive towards each other so far.
Yeah. Definitely looks like there's they're kind of keeping a equal distance between each other, which usually means that the car behind's possibly getting a bit of fuel saving done, but no real risk of the pair tripping over each other.
Yeah, it's more beneficial to work together than be battling each other for 8 hours, because you only lose time towards competition. So we saw Kiss from the lead into the pits. Let's see if he remains in that lead. Bussink pitted a long time before him, but has been in some small incidents ever since. Some spin in the penultimate corner, and he lost the lead before he pitted already. So it's gonna be interesting to see where Kiss will end up regarding Bussink.
And just put in his personal best lap of the race. Closing down on Dominic Major for 5th place in LMH. Oh, look at the closing and cornering speed of the LMP2 compared to the LMH just there.
Yeah, the LMH probably way heavier, so in the slow corners I think it's quite a bit slower than the LMP2, but on the straights and in the fast corners it's probably driving away.
Back to the two optimal. Oh, and there's a spin for Thomas Raschik, and that's quite a precarious position to spin, but luckily he has managed to get away scot-free there. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, he got out of the racing line relatively quickly, luckily, with the two cars approaching there. So those optiminals are getting closer to each other than probably necessary.
Yeah, I think. Well, if it, to be that close, they were. I think they did find themselves tripping up over one of the GT3s, which is what closed them back together. As we're seeing a penalty for Snowden.
That's probably for the incident with the GT3. And they demanded a 3-lap stop and go, but it became a drive-through. So I don't think the 711 GT3 car will be too happy about that. As Loic Monnier now is 111 seconds ahead of the next car behind him.
Well, you can't be too far from lapping the entire field if that's.
Yeah, he's 2 cars away from lapping the entire field.
And there's a bit of contact there between the two LMP2s trying to thread their way past the two GT3s then. Well, you're just looking at Bruno Kolev then, who's, I don't know if they retired because it didn't look like the car was actually sat in pit lane. That's the Ferrari LMH 84.
No, they're in the pit lane, but not in the box. So just doing a pit stop. It looks like.
Ah, okay. I think from the initial camera shot that they showed, it didn't look like you could actually see a car in the box, but as we panned up the start-finish straight, yeah, no, false alarm.
Luckily, false alarm.
Yeah.
But definitely not an ideal race for the Pro Mixed Flame team. We're now drivers up to Henk-Jan Stenneker.
Yeah, because
they got 2 penalties in the first 2 laps, and had to repair from damage earlier on as well.
I think they pretty much find themselves at the back of the LMP2 field as well.
Yeah, they're first to last in LMP2 as well. Well, actually not, there's one LMP2 almost behind the GT3 field. The team Chocolito. Which demanded me to pronounce their name correctly. So we're watching Daniel Ashling behind Montero.
Fairly close battle for position with the gap. That's 0.6 of a second, and that looks to be closing into that braking zone. As
when that LMP2 makes contact, and now they're going side by side on the back straight. And I think Ashling has the better exit there.
Yeah, but the BMW had a little bit of a helping slipstream from the LMP2 that clattered into him.
Yeah.
Ursling up the inside makes the apex. Again, another clean move done there. the order. Still the Reading Game Studios. Actually, no, that's for a different position. That. I'm assuming Snowden has done. Has Snowden done the drive-through penalty?
Yes, I've seen him in the pits.
So that has brought him out just a second ahead of Zunda.
Yeah, he's a little over a second now in front.
This battle for fourth and fifth position in GT3 doesn't look like it's over yet. There's Rash check behind Frederick Suto, I believe. David Zanini, I think he's just got that was a driver change, was it?
No, Zanini was in before. He was with the Optimino.
Yeah. Oh, we got Vince and Van Leeuwen in pits as well.
Yeah, and Robin Mulling. So P1 and 2 in the pits for LMP2. They're in for the second stop of the race. So we have a yellow in sector 1, but it seems to be away again.
Still find it amusing that like Munier is still lapping faster than anyone else's fastest lap of the race.
Oh, and we see a car going into the wall at the end of turn 1, and there was an hypercar going wide there, so
One of the Porsches.
that looks suspicious. It was one of the Porsches, I wonder which one it was. I think it was Joseph Frederick Suto.
Quite possibly. I think his name's dropping down the order, so.
We saw the other side of the car, which is completely white, so...
And this would probably convert. Yeah, it definitely looked like that car that was.
Yeah.
As we see Bradley Sellers come into pit from third place, isn't that, in GT3?
Joseph Frederick Suto is now entering the pit, so no doubt he collected some damage in that incident, as this is a Gabor Fodor straight lining the SS.
Yeah.
He's lucky that the Porsche is not standing there anymore.
Yeah, and doing a bit of rally crossing over the gravel.
Yeah, I've never seen a McLaren doing a rally cross.
This is a bit of a gaggle of cars now between
Thomas Raschke, the owner of Pitos, and I have no clue which BMW is behind that. I think it's Boy Transport Racing, maybe.
Lee as they go side by side down the back straight.
As Jordi Loijs is now entering the pits and kinda outbraked himself there, it looked like. But manages to still make it in. As Thomas Raschke still kept the position and even managed to shake the OSR car off for a bit, as it got overtaken by well, I think that's actually a car that's a lap ahead of them. It's not for precision.
It's coming to lap them, yeah.
Yeah, because I checked the timing and no position changes happened. So apart from prototype traffic, they now have to deal with GT3 traffic as well. Buzik is again in the pits, so he's pretty off sync towards the rest of the field.
Yeah. These two still battling it out for position. Oh, and that's
Becker, if he's still in the car though. It's the Ligier at least. No, it's Owen Parker James now in the Shan Automotive Ligier. Yes, and Thomas Raschke and Zakaria Bidaus are not giving up on battling each other.
yeah. This is battle for 9th place now in class. That was a possibly change in position between the two LMP2s behind. In fact, it's I think is that the same.
Yeah, it's also Noah's Ark car.
Yeah.
But I think they're going 3 wide for a bit here, and now it looks like Thomas Rushk has to give up the place here.
Yeah.
Looks of the inside, but this is not really the corner where you
And that looked to
yeah, that was the Team Chocolito LMP2. Oh, and the OSR hits the curb a bit too much. Has to defend it in turn 1.
that seemed like a few moves on the start-finish straight to defend there, but
Rushk looking for the back. And it's a really hard battle for a race with over 6 hours to go.
yeah, well, that's kind of the state of what endurance racing has become nowadays, with the not only in sim racing but in real life, where because of the way that they've managed to manufacture the tires and fuel, it is basically
Yeah, just become hour-long sprints.
Yeah, it's 8-hour-long sprint races basically. Oh,
Oof, and this.
is that the
Oh! That was a shame. Because I think that's the Team Chocolito that hit the BMW there.
Yeah, and I think, well, because we've seen that car having an issue coming out the second to last corner.
Yeah, it's been struggling all race. It's P34 out of the 38 cars that were originally on track. It's the last car running, and that's I see there's a Cyberlinks without the rear
5
wing
out
there.
rear wing in the final couple corners. Be careful.
They managed to get caught up with the same incident. I didn't quite see that.
I think that happened somewhere else. Maybe with Tom van der Posch, who no, he's on a completely different part of the track.
Just a light off-track excursion.
This car looks pretty slidey.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's got a bit of a pendulum at the rear end.
So we're on board with Benjamin Reinhardt, who slowly caught up to Alicio Neto.
Oh, that's
and,
contact against turn 1.
It's a bit more than just catching up to them.
That looked to be, yeah, the Fringavond and the BMW. Oh, what on earth happened there? That looked like a wheel disconnect just then, going down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, that was really weird.
One of the Ferraris, we just see penalty appear. Didn't quite catch who for. I think one of the LMHs, I think it looked like. Willie Snowden has managed to do a personal best on the last lap. I think the well, I'll see if I refresh the timing because that definitely isn't the run. It's saying Snowden's only a second behind our race leader at the moment.
But that's but it's saying a lap. So he's 1 lap down on Loic. So Loic managed to lap the whole field in 1 hour 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's the slight confusing thing with the live time, like
The overlay, yeah.
not the overlay, the other live time and the.
Oh, I don't use that one. Yeah, it's probably just saying the relative and not the actual position.
Because I think basically if a driver is a lap down from the person in front, it just says +1, as if it's like +1 second.
Yeah. Well, I can confirm he's over a lap down.
Yeah.
And also more than a second behind.
Looks like the optimal esports cars tripping over each other into turn 1. Well, still the battle for 4th position, but the Hajek has managed to put in a few car lengths over teammate Zanini. And yeah, I quite like the look of the livery on Neto's car.
Yeah, it looks colorful.
Yeah.
I think he is from Brazil, so the green and yellow suits the national color a bit.
Yeah, I was going to say it does
Isn't
have
blue, but
does have some Brazilian vibes to it.
yeah, definitely does.
Just watching the GT3s coming through that first sector, it does look very awkward driving them through there. They do just look like just a pendulum seesawing its way through those S's.
Yeah, I will be driving them later and can confirm it's pretty tricky, those S's. Like you have to hit the curbs, but if you hit them wrong, yeah, you end up in a wall or pointing the wrong way. So here he is, Loic Meunier. I don't think we're gonna see much of him on the stream.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's the first time I've been sat here and actually seen the Purple Iris car.
Yeah, it's the downside of being such a domination. Because there's not much interesting about showing him every lap. But I think he doesn't mind too much as long as he's 1 lap ahead of the rest of the field. You'd almost think he doesn't have any trust in his teammates by the way he's pushing like he is.
Yeah, I'd be yeah, if this was there were team sponsors involved and stuff like that, I'd be not particularly impressed by the fact that I would have spent money on. Well, the car's leading so much that it doesn't appear on telly. Yeah, but still amazing stuff as Mounier has pitted and got enough time to down a bottle of pop and carry on basically.
Yeah, he can take his time. We won't even notice if his pit stop takes 20 seconds longer than usual.
I think he could have the Sauber pit crew working on his car and still come out with the lead.
Yeah, probably in the. Maybe it's the only team the Sauber crew can work for without losing the team any points. As William Snowden now joins Loic in the pits, but Loic already left actually.
This is Busink in 5th position. What's that?
Yeah, this is Buzzink who already pitted because he's quite off sync.
That's for position behind Reinhardt, I believe.
Yes, that's for P4. Putting it side to side, but probably Buzzink is on much fresher tires right now, because I think he pitted around 22 minutes ago, and I'm pretty sure Reinhardt pitted around 50 minutes ago, so... So we see that William Snowden has stepped out of the car, and Roy Thomas get in for Point Transport Racing at number 7.
Yeah.
Is this for precision as well? With Hesketh just overtaking the number 5. Hackett. Not Hesketh, Hackett.
Tom Hackett
And Treshchev, I think they just
Yeah.
passed each other while lapping the Fine Avond car.
Yeah, they're within a second of each other, so yeah, that is a 4 position.
To see that Kalalai Stola has taken over from Thijs van Leeuwen.
Let's do the... Still, well, a little bit behind actually, because still in amongst threading their way through the LMP2 field before they find themselves actually on the back end of the LMH field. Is Zanini, who is just behind Tem. Oh, that's a Ferrari, so
Yeah, he's behind an LMH.
yeah.
Then in front of him is his teammate. So they are now on quite some gap.
The battle for 8th position continues. Sorry,
Are they back?
ninth
They're back
position,
together again.
Yeah.
So it's probably the BMW with a better pace over the two, but just been unlucky every time, as this is Tom van der Bosch at the end of turn 1.
Yeah, just
Looks like he managed to there.
looks like based on the trail left behind that it potentially took a little bit too much curb on corner exit, and round she went.
Yeah. Yeah, those curbs do be slippery, especially the AstroTurf or the red painted tarmac that's on the track limit.
Not sure either. We're just looking at, and
Is that? Oh, he's in the pits. He's not in the pits.
yeah.
It's always a bit scary when the camera cuts away like that.
This is the Rookie Monsters Bentley. I quite like the
Yeah, penalty
Reinhardt
for Reinhardt.
penalty.
I assume that's for the incident with Neto.
Look. Is that the Team Iris 777 and Formula 1 444?
This is a busy part of the track right now, with Ilko Bessink and 2 LMP2s that are fighting as well.
Indeed,
And I
this is getting very
think-
scrappy.
Oh, and there they go. That's, I think, the Boy Transport of Montero going off.
And Van der Pesch, who I think, well, effectively is still recovering from that spin earlier on in this lap.
Yeah, he's not had the great lap the greatest lap of this race for him. So we saw Reinhardt going in for his drive-through penalty. Kind of escaped the chaos with that as well. So
Yeah, and that was a clear reminder that 4-into-1 generally doesn't go.
no, especially if it's 2 of each class, then it makes it not much easier. Sanini going extremely wide.
Yeah, and well,
That's
trying
too
not
much
to.
curve from the LMH, but I think they were a bit scared of each other in that corner, because
Yeah.
Zanini was going very wide and LMH was taking the corner a bit too tight. But rather like this than 4-into-1.
Yeah.
So you see, the LMP2 looks really sketchy over those curves into the S's.
Yeah.
It's like it's on the edge of spinning into the wall every curb it touches.
Yeah, though on the onboard it doesn't look too bad. It seems fairly, well, not much going on
Yeah, manageable, yeah. So we have a yellow in sector 3.
So Major Hoffer with a penalty, and that looks to be a 10-second stop go for causing a collision in pit lane.
That's a big penalty. That's the biggest we've seen so far today.
And, well, back to the race leader, who, well, now we've said that we're not seeing much of him, we're seeing a bit more of him now.
Yeah, he deserves that.
And, well, we cut to him. I think that's probably his first mistake of the race, just there.
Yeah. He was probably a bit, he felt the pressure of being watched, maybe.
Yeah. So we cut, well, just past the 6 hours to go mark.
Yes, which also means that my commentary time has run out for now. If I'm correct. At least I hope so, because I have to join the car not much long from now.
Yeah, I believe that is correct. It is just me on my lonesome for the next 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, if I can do it for 1 hour, I'm sure you can do it for 2.
Yeah.
So I wish you good luck, and hopefully you can enjoy the race a little bit.
Yeah, it should well be interesting, and hopefully you're not feeling too nervous getting into the car after seeing how much chaos we've had as we.
Oh, Caprucci doesn't agree with me leaving right now.
Nah, and yeah, another bit of a spin. I didn't quite catch that. That was during the S's actually, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I just hope I keep it in pointing the wrong way on the track, and if I end the stint with only doing that, I'm more than happy with it. Well, I'm saying goodbye and good luck, and I will be back at the end of the race probably. So.
Yeah. So we'll see you then.
Yes.
Good luck.
Good luck. Bye bye.
So back to the action, and looking at Paletti in 6th position in the LMP2, running a bit. Although there are cars around, still 42 or 43 seconds behind Zanini for 5th position, and we look at Royton, who is in 4th position in the LMH and has race leader almost breathing down the neck, and that's the Optimal esports car of Zanini. Getting it a little bit wrong at the top of turn 1, but luckily, like I said, has got quite some buffer between himself and 6th position. To David Capuzzi in 8th position, just taking a pit stop, and that's the team Chocolito having another off-track excursion on the S's, but no real trouble there. And Major Hoffer is in pit lane as well. Can't remember if that's one of the penalties being served. There we go, Treshev, 3rd position in LMH, just negotiating the optimal esports car. sit on board with the Team Rookie Monsters Bentley, the only Bentley in the field. You may have noticed with the teeth on the livery, a nice little touch for the team. I think they were running at the Nürburgring. I think they were the team running the Porsches that had the eyelashes. Look to the Ring of Honor Reinhard, who has also had I think had a penalty to deal with earlier, as well as that is Bathurst Boren off during in the S's, but keeps it out of the barriers and out of trouble. See the Team Chocolito car, still, I believe, the last car circulating at the moment. Here is again race leader Mounier. Well, I actually had a slowish lap last time round, but then brings it back to a substantial, respectable 1 minute 46. So back to lapping faster than anyone else, pretty much. Who, well, for a long period of the race, we saw the two optimal cars pretty much glued together, but yeah, a few mistakes here and there, and a bit of lapped traffic has resulted in a 16-second gap between the pair of them now. Robin Mullen, who's leading the LMP2 category, coming up to lap one of the optimal esports cars. Oh, and that is another off-track excursion for the Team Chocolito car. That's the Team Chocolito car off again, same corner as the lap before, I think. And so dropping back even further. And oh, Tom van der Pesch off again, that looks to be in the S's. Yeah, and that is still remaining in the 10th position in the GT3 category. Not had the best past half hour has the Audi. Had a couple of off-track excursions. To Treshev, who's I think had to deal with some traffic there, so it's been a slow lap for Treshev in the Sidelinks Racing Porsche. That was actually briefly what we were watching. There was a battle for position between Montero and Neto. As we go back to it between the two BMWs, this is the battle for 4th position in GT3. And side by side down the back straight between Neto and Montero, and Neto looks like he's got the job done. Has he? Can he get it stopped into the corner? He runs a little bit deep, so that allows the Boyd Transport car to try and go round the outside, but Neto's closing the door, and that looks like job done, is it, for Neto? But doesn't look like game over for this battle for 4th. Montero going to try what he can, but gets out on the bit too much of a curb there, but still not lost too much time in that last sector, and they're still together coming over the start-finish straight. As we see a yellow in sector 1, so I'm assuming that's going to be another car off, and that's Montero practically drifting it through the S's here. And it really didn't fight that LMP2, sorry, GT3 through the S's section, and again, looks like but he still managed to catch and makes up tons of ground under braking, but goes slightly off track and as a result, so that's going to hamper his exit onto this back straight. He's going to have slipstream, but he's not going to be close enough. In fact, yes, he's lost quite a lot of time as a result of that running deep into the last corner. This is Ostook with Parker James. This is another battle for position. battle for 8th position in LMP2. Still together, they had to negotiate one of the, I think that was, and up the inside goes Ozturk, but goes a little wide, so that allows Parker James back round, but that's going to give him the inside for the next corner. A bit of contact, and oh, the pair of them come together, and well, Parker James, although I could see him in the background ending up worse off with that coming together. Ozturk up into 8th position in LMP2. And after that battle earlier, we now have Montero in pit lane as the two LMHs negotiate the Chocolito car. This is our race leader, Overberg Munier, who's still got a very comfortable advantage over the rest of the field. This is Victor Ballin, who's taken over 2nd position. That would be down to Mulling taking the pit stop out of 2nd position. And they've only just left that, and that is Major Hoffer having, well, quite a major off in the S's, and again in not the best of resting positions, but has managed to get it turned around and back on his way without being collected. And Parker James in the pit lane. I don't know whether or not they sustained any damage from that coming together earlier. As we see once again the Chocolito car coming into pit. And that's not quite sure what's going on there, because that doesn't look to be like they've pulled into a pit box. Look to another one of our race leaders, and this time in the GT3 category, of Adam Zooks, comfortably ahead of Ursuling in 2nd position, and some 41 seconds behind. Ozturk in pit lane as well, so let's see if Parker James can make a position back, as obviously they've pitted within a lap of each other. This is Carl Listola in the thing of Von Ferrari, who's stuck behind one of the LMP3 cars and getting very, very close. And that's Neto getting it completely wrong on the entry to pit lane. So I wonder if they might find themselves slapped with a penalty, because did they cross the line on pit entry as a result of that? Obviously that will potentially give that 5th position back, in the grand scheme of things, will give Montero a position back, or I think there's actually been a driver change there. So it's Helen Voice in the car now of the Boyd Transport Racing 206. And well, starting to get a little bit frustrated now. Actually, this is Josh Hughes, the leader of the LMP2 category, but leading ahead of one of the LMHs. And oh, Zanini's lost it on pit entry, so another car has made a mistake on pit entry. And that doesn't look like a easy... What it almost looks like the car's stuck on the barrier. And that's affecting pit... Yeah, that's completely blocked off pit entry, that has now. And Zanini, yeah. And that's a DNF for Zanini. So... what was going quite well for the Optimal Esports, it's all fallen apart as both Hajek and Sori come in to pit. Indeed, it does look like from earlier that, well, there's been a driver change as well to Hesketh, I believe, in the Iris car, so still managed to come out ahead of Helen Voice. There's Nicholas Paletti. Just having a look through the recent reports in the stewards chat, and it looks like, well, at some point between
No, type in the cap, please.
online sim races number 20 in the Team Chocolito car. The Team Chocolito car has received a 10-second stop-go penalty, which I think we saw being served a moment ago. On top of that, we've also seen an incident involving Team Rookie Monster number 73 in the Full Throttle Racing number 50 drive-through penalty for the Full Throttle Racing team, again causing a collision. So that's us up to date on what the stewards are saying. As we ride on board to click off another lap for Adam Zooks. Again, much like, well, all three of our leaders across the classes have got fairly comfortable leads. Monnier in LMH, who has managed to lap the entire field. Hughes in LMP2, who's not far off doing the same. It's a 113-second advantage to Molling, and a smaller gap for Zooks. He's got just shy of 43 seconds over Ursuling. We look to two of the LMHs negotiating the BMW. The Bentley. And this is third place Tresheff, who's some 82 seconds down on Hackett. And, well, we appear to be looking at Oster. What's happened here? Because I don't see a cut. It's been in pit lane for some time now, but it didn't seem like... Is that another DNF? It looks like it could be. Well, they're saying that he has done a first... He has posted a first sector, so... Zanini and the Optimal Esports team have been let back into the race after the issue they had a moment ago in the pit entry. But that has pretty much ruined their race. There's Hajek in the other Optimal car, circulating in 4th place in the LMP2. He's again pretty much in a lonely 4th position in terms of fighting for position. And Oliver Newman having to stay out the way of two LMHs coming from both angles. That looks like he's coming into pit, and no issue on pit entry there, all nice and tidy. Precker has put in their fastest lap of the session, and actually some of the lap times have started to, I've noticed, have started to come down, and a few of the drivers getting a little bit closer to Monier's fastest time, particularly Tom Hackett, who is his fastest time is now just shy of 9/10 off of Munier's fastest time of a 1:44.4. And that is a off for Jan Stenica, sorry. 9th position in the LMH. Oh, and that's our race leader who's come to a stop. It's back going again. I don't know what happened there. But a brief issue of some sort for our race leader, Munir. Another incident being investigated, however, this time it is Renegade Simrit Racing and the Moonstar. I'll put my teeth back in. Moonstar's team will be investigated after the race. It appears there'd be some technical issues in the steward's office. Obviously, we're cycling through another pit cycle at the moment. It does appear actually that the Chocolito car has DNF. Some of the pit cycle going through. However, one of the close battles on the track, by the looks of things, is the battle for third, as Treshev and Roy Ton, and this is us cutting to it now as they negotiate the GT3s. And one of the Porsches just getting in the way there as we cut to second place Mulling. It's just at the wrong moment. As by the timing, Tom is only 2 tenths off the back of Treshev, and this is Josh Hughes, who's still comfortably in the lead. And again, I think there's been a little bit of traffic to deal with as Tom has lost. Has gone back to 1.5 seconds between those two. And Ton has gone through into third place. So change of position in H. Actually, looking at down the timing sheets, Norbert Precker is putting in some stellar lap times at the moment. Previous lap time a 1:45.1, which puts him only 7 tenths off of Munier's fastest lap. And this is still that battle that we were talking about earlier for third position. Now, positions changed and Treshev getting it all wrong into the final corner. Pretty much looked like he locked the rear end, and that kind of puts paid to that battle. Stolen. Again, having another issue, one of many issues for the rest of the field across that S's section. It's been proving quite difficult to stay consistently on the tarmac for that part of the course. This is, well, obviously we're looking to Tom, who's actually been closing in on second place Lee. So that would be a gap to keep an eye on. Oh, and that's Rob Shaw, and there looked to be an LMH involved. In fact, I think that was Treshev, who has just exited pit lane So I wonder if there was an incident there between the two cars, and not quite sure what's going on here with Treshev, who's just came out of pit lane. Obviously, colder tyres and not quite fired up. And another off. So it's not been the best of warm-up phases for the number 5 Cyberlynx racing car. Here's the reading in studios of Brunier. Brunin in 9th position in the LMP2 category. And that's Zonhan Kovacs having another off-track excursion. That's for the back end of the S's. Into the pits comes our LMP2 race leader of Josh Hughes. Comes in nice and cleanly. Getting a little bit tight there between the HK Motorsport Ferrari and a couple of the back markers coming through the S's. Also, Adam Zooks from the lead of GT3 in pit lane. So we've got 2 of our race leaders in pit lane as we speak. Oh, and that's a big off. There's a wheel missing as well. That's the LMH Ferrari. That was the one that we were just talking about a moment ago. And that's Cork Mazer in the HK Motorsport Ferrari into the barriers on the exit of turn 1. And you can see actually the car coming down the start-finish straight. Sparks flying everywhere because of that missing front wheel.
Attention all drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
There it is. So he's going to have to limp it back to pit
3,
lane.
2,
It's
1,
well,
code 80.
started
Code
life
80.
as a Ferrari and is now a reliant Robin with the 3 wheels. And that's an off in the background as well for one of the LMP2s as we've gone to, it looks like we've gone to code 80 now. And there's Borlin, Victor Borlin, who we saw having a little bit of an off-track earlier behind, as you can see ahead, the recovering Cork Mazer.
Can we make sure that all cars are in first gear under code 80, please?
Race leader Monnier takes this as an opportunity to pit, which is going to give him a cheap pit stop. And has changed over to Peugeot, so Stanislav Peugeot has now taken the reins of the Porsche, the Iris car. That's going to give a substantial lead to the rest, and in fact a 2-lap advantage at the moment is showing between Peugeot and second place Matthew Lee, in the CRS X-Kart Esports Ferrari. And a few of the teams taking the opportunity to pit under this code 80, as we see Major Hoffer in the Neurotic Sim Sports team taking this opportunity. And I think is that Cork Mazer going in pit lane? No, not quite. I think that's another one of the, that's Ruiton, sorry, pitting from 3rd position.
Attention all drivers, we get back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
And we're back racing by the looks of things, so quick getaway from some of the LMP2s, and a few cars looking like they've got a little bit caught out by the sudden change to green. And that is Norbert Praker, who's looks to have had a little incident coming through that stadium section, but he seems to have collected himself. And this is the battle for 10th place in the class. We're just looking at there for GT3. As we look to Colt Mazer in having the repairs. Zooks, who's for some reason on the overlay still showing is in the pits, as we can see there. Definitely still not in the pits, but still leading this race. Has actually lost, as a result of that COTA, he has lost some of that advantage. The gap now down to 22 seconds. And we've also seen similar for Mazidis, who's now taken over the lead LMP2 car and is still got a healthy lead of 29 seconds. This is Jad that we're looking at, and let's see what sort of lap times we'll be seeing from him now that he's had a lap or two to get used to the car. Last lap was a 1:49, but I still think that was partially under code 80. Colt Mazer has dropped down the field a little bit. That's promoted Cali Listola to 7th position. Victor Ballin, who's being chased by one of the LHs. Interestingly, just sorry for the pause, just looking at the lap times, and it's actually another 1:48 from race leader Jad. Obviously, nothing too much to worry about, seeing as that car currently sits 2 laps ahead of Matthew Lee. Matthew Lee is actually lapping close to a second a lap quicker than Pajad, but it's going to be some time until we actually see a battle for first position if Lee can keep it up. we're already seeing some more updates from the stewarding team. I'm seeing coding 80 infringement involving online sim races number 20. Drive-through penalty for being in incorrect gear under code 80. Now, I believe the cars have to stay in first gear on the pit limiter for code 80, so obviously that hasn't been done by the online sim racing team. And the next one on the list is incident involving Team Iris 447 and Renegade Sim Racing 162, no further action. So again, that's up to date. In the stewarding room, back to the track. And this is Stanislav Pajad, still in his nice comfortable lead. Has actually picked up the pace a bit. That previous lap brought it back to the 147s. And obviously, as the stint goes on, the fuel will burn off, and so in theory, the lap times would come to him. Third place right time, just negotiating some of the GT3 field, and he has managed to pull out quite a substantial lead over Treshev. Obviously Treshev having a few issues on his outlap, so that has put the gap out to some 88 seconds between the pair of them. But also timing, unless there's been a glitch in the timing somewhere, has lost a great deal of time to second place Matthew Lee. position. This is Reinhardt on Hesketh, Louis Hesketh, for 5th position in class, and Reinhardt's having a look down the inside and gets it stopped. Hesketh tries some of the cutback, and Reinhardt gets a little bit of a break in traction, but seems to be job done there. And then you got Oliver Newman, who's going to join the battle as well. So this is a 3-way scrap for 5th in class for the GT3. But well, this is going on. The 2 Optimal cars are coming through. Back to this, and it looked like Newman having a little bit of a look at Hesketh, but again disrupted by another LMP2 siving its way past the four GT3s that were on camera just then. Just clipped past, or recently clipped past, 5 hours to go. Back to Alan Voice in the Boyd Transport car. So that's 5th place. So this is actually a 4-way battle, albeit Reinhardt's now scampered off up the road a little bit in 4th position, so it's now looking like we're going to have a 3-way battle for 5th position. 2 BMWs and a Bentley. Oh, and a little bit of a sideways moment for Victor Ball-in, but what we really want to be looking at is this battle that's kind of been stagnated a little bit now, looking at the time screens for 5th position. This is Robin Willing from 2nd position, currently in the pit. Who's actually gradually, although still a 20-second advantage, Busink has actually pulled a couple seconds back on Zooks. Actually is still pulling back on, so it's now almost another second taken out of the leader in GT3. And that's Treshev having another off-track excursion, exit of turn 1. Bajad coming through to put another lap on Tom, by the looks of things. Or was that vice versa, trying to take a lap away? You still look to Owen Parker James, who's actually been in this pit lane for quite some time, actually. I don't know if that's a standard pit stop, maybe a driver change, I'm not sure. As round goes Brunen, who took a little bit too much curb on the exit of the final corner and gets it back on the straight and narrow. Dan Hajek in the optimal car, and it's a penalty for our race leader, Mercedes. So let's have a look what's going on in the stewards chat. We've had incident involving Full Throttle Racing Team 50 and Boris Racing 87, no further action. And then incident involving Renegade Sim Racing and XRL. Drive-through penalty for XRL, causing a collision. Lead car having to perform a drive-through penalty. That's the lead car in LMP2. It appears that they are performing that drive-through penalty right now. But still, that shouldn't be any particular threat to the lead, as they've basically come out only lost 15 to 20 seconds out of that. If that. Rob Shorey is in pit lane, so that should mean that Dan Hajek is going to retake 5th position, and there he does. As you can see on the timing tower, got yellows out in sector 3 briefly. just looking at the GT3, Busink has actually taken another 1.5 seconds out of race leader Suits. The gap now down to 17 seconds. Obviously, it went that long ago. The gap was 22 seconds. So, and that's an off Anthony Walker, who's in the Team Rookie Monsters car, currently in 3rd position. A little bit of an awkward moment there, trying to, I think, pass one of the GT3s. But again, that's one of the highlights as to why it's pretty tough touching the AstroTurf or the painted curves with these cars. Don't seem to like it. Pauline is in pit lane, so that should give 2nd place to Walker. And indeed it does. And indeed, it does appear that Peugeot, or shall I say Matthew Lee, is still continuing to lap faster than our race leader Peugeot and has managed to pull a lap back. So there's only one more lap that Lee has to pull back to be on the same lap as our race leader. It is Norbert Horeca, who is just 2.5 seconds off the back of Treshev. Obviously, Treshev has had not the best of stints, really, this current stint, and came out the pits and has had a fair few offs since coming out of pit lane. So, again, does Norbert Precker smell blood, and how long will it be till that 4th place is eventually his? And they are pretty much together, actually. So, as you can see here, they've actually become, in the background, they've become caught up behind one of the LMP2 cars, and that's really caused a world of pain for Tresha as Pareca slipstreams down the back straight. Is he lining up for a move? Yeah, he jinks to the inside, but not enough space. Yes, and they've touched. What has happened there? It just seemed almost as if Tresha had just stopped mid-corner. Obviously, the stewards would be reviewing that, but after all, that means Pareca is now up into 4th position, but whether or not the stewards just deem a fault on his side, I don't know, as Brunen has a bit of a strange off track before diving for the pit lane, taking pretty much what you could call the IndyCar line out of the second to last corner, as we look to 2nd place. Anthony Walker, who's struggling to make his way past the Iris car of Voice, and up the inside he has a look, but still not able to get past. Meanwhile, you got the Promet Flame Ferrari making its way past the pair of them, and through goes Walker on Voice. I don't know if I just seen that right, but that almost looked to be a BMW stopped at the side of the road. I just looked away and then looked back. Hesketh is now in pit lane. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, sorry, I was mixing that car up. I was saying it was Voice, it wasn't. It's Hesketh. Again, the gap between Souks and Bussing is coming down again. It's now coming down pretty rapidly as well, actually. So has Souk got an issue here? Because has he made a mistake or something? Because he's again lost another couple seconds. The gap is now down to nearly just staying above 14 seconds now, so might not be too long, and we'll see. We could be seeing a battle for first place in GT3. Oh, and there's a car off in the background. That was definitely a BMW that looked to be spun round. through the S's and was, by the body language of the Ferrari, was this car involved. Unsure about that. And a bit of a awkward exchange there between the LMH and the LMP2. That's Hesketh just trying to stay out of trouble from the lapping P2s, and just up ahead that is well, that is Howard Voice just up ahead, I believe. Sync pits, and that is going to allow Resenbot to take second position. There we go. So this is Jason Bint's third place in LMP2. And this is actually battle for the second position. So Anthony Walker's had, I think, a bit of an issue somewhere. Has dropped quite a bit of time. And, well, Bintz has gone through. So off camera, Bintz has gone through. Lee Talek has now taken over the now third place Rookie Monsters Porsche. And second place, Lee has came into the pits from LMH, and that is all. Norbert Pricker having a off on the exit of turn 1 as well. New best lap for Bince in the LMP2, and that's Treshev having yet another off track on the exit of turn 1 as well. So that's I think that's 2 Porsches off on the same lap, effectively. This is Benjamin Reinhardt in 4th position, who is actually gradually closing on Letelak, who has just taken over that Porsche. So Reinhardt trying to make a move, and on the move in the McLaren, trying to take that 3rd position in GT3. Meanwhile, we look to Andy Tomlinson, who has recently taken over in that P2 car. Oh, and that's a big off, actually. Callum Hamley in the Audi off, and that's well, that's it. That looks like the exit of turn 2. He's lost the rear wing. So are we going to find ourselves under a code 80 whilst he limps his way back to pit lane with the rear wing missing?
Attention all drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
Indeed, we are now under code 80 to allow for the Audi with the rear wing missing to make its way back to pit lane and have the necessary repairs done.
And once again, a reminder for all cars to be in first gear under code 80.
Have a cheap pit stop whilst we're under code 80. And you can see the Audi just making its way down the back straight of Callum Hamley. Oh, and was that a... Was the steward just helped around there by the Bentley? Bizarre moment behind the Code 80 and Capruzzi. Capruzzi is given a penalty, and I assume that's got to be for a pit lane infringement because nothing has popped up in the steward's decision chat. As he is not long left pit lane.
Attention all drivers, we go back to green in 10 seconds.
And, yeah, just going into pit lane now is the Audi, so we should be back racing
5,
shortly.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And this
Green
will be
flag, green
actually
flag.
one of our closest battles as we go back to green now. So this is, well, what we were looking at before we cut to Estola was the battle for third position in GT3. And, well, Reinhardt is right with Lee Talbot. And this is what we cut to now, is, well, Reinhardt not getting the best of exits from the hairpin. A little bit lighting the back end up, but still in the slipstream. And is this going to allow him to be close enough to have a go? He has a look, but no. Not quite close enough to mount a move on the Porsche, and has to line himself back up for another move. And Lee Talbot has actually received a penalty. So I'm not sure what that's for. There has been an update on the steward's decision chat, which we'll have a quick look at soon. And Reinhardt all over the back of him. So the into the pits comes to serve that penalty. Now, what was that for? Code 80 infringement involved the Team Rookie Monsters drive-through for Team Rookie Monsters for being in the incorrect gear again. Another team falling foul, not following the Code 80 procedure correctly, and that has cost them third position, although albeit it did look like Reinhardt was pretty much going to take that position anyway. But easy taking. And that has also caused them to lose position up to Voice as well. So it'll actually be, they'll come out of pit lane. And will find themselves in fifth position where they were in third. So a reminder for the teams to follow the correct procedures when they are meant to, and that's a off from Betsky currently in fourth position. It's putting in another fastest lap for the LMP2 category, I believe. Sorry, it was actually his own personal best, which is over a second. Lapping near a second lap quicker than the car ahead of Zodi's. Yeah, over a second, sorry. And that's, well, Lee Tellett coming out after his stop go and taking the inside corner. And what's happened there? That's a Porsche running slowly. What's all happening there? Oh, and that's Besky having another off. Not having the best couple laps, as Helen Voice is now in the pits from 4th position. Which would potentially mean that Le Tellec will retake that 4th place after serving their penalty. In the Stewards' decision chat, another Code 80 infringement from Valley Esports 23. And it's not actually been a penalty, but they've been warned for some sort of incident where they've had to give time back to someone, not entirely sure, but they have been warned that if it happens again it will be a penalty. This is Elias Rasenbach in 2nd position in GT3, and he's got Reinhardt attempting to make inroads, although that is a 21-second advantage. Yellow's out in sector 1, and that is Treshev off again and does make contact with the barriers, so that's in the stadium section, so if he has got some form of damage, he hasn't got too far to go. To Kelly Stoller, who's still lapping in 7th position. Now, I believe it was the Listover car that had a little bit of a spin during the Code 80, and I'm not entirely sure if it was the BMW that was the Bentley that actually turned the car around, or if it was just a matter of making some form of mistake. Obviously yet to see anything appear in the stewarding channel as we look to Adam Zook to... Well, we were egging up that there was some potential of a change in lead, but that's completely changed as Reinhardt now pits from 3rd position. Voice is right on in third place, and still again having a difficult time of trying to make his way through the GT3 field. Oh, and that's Thomas Raschek having a bit of a off-track excursion coming out the second to last corner. Almost looked like he was trying to dive for the pit end, but obviously not. And the Fring of Bond continues on in 8th position. Jason Bint has been putting in some pretty quick lap times, although the gap still at 91 seconds. Schumann, so Peter Schumann, who is now taken over of the 444 Fring of Bond, has come out and has got Metallic very close behind, but it seems like he's gotten to grips with things quite quickly. As we see, well, it's a race leader having a little bit of a twitch and a lock up from the back end, but actually this is fifth place. Full throttle racing, stuck behind the race leader for LMP2. Trishev, who, well, as a result of his trials and tribulations, has ended up dropping down to 6th position. As into the pits, cheers. Stanecker from 9th place, well, 8th place in LMH. Haskell is actually catching Fassot in 5th position, so there is a potential battle coming along for 5th place in LMP2, and also at the same time Voice, who we are looking at here, Well, annoyingly for him, well, it's actually closed up on Strachan in the Bentley. There we go. So that's another battle for another 5th place in class. So battle for 5th in LMP2 and a battle for 5th in GT3 all at once. So this again cutting back to that battle for 5th place in GT3 as we see Stretchev having another little off. Again, back to Voice, and obviously the Bentley of Strachan is going a little defensive into turn 1. Essentially, that's looks to be our race leader in LMP2 having to thread his way through the pair of them. That's allowed Strachan to go a little bit wide through that second part of the S's as Dominic Scarpelli pits from 10th position as we cut back to this battle for 5th position in GT3 as they have the hypercar make its way through the BMW of Voice trying to take a wider entry and get a better exit onto this back straight. Now is he going to be close enough for a move? It's about a car length in it at the moment, so it looks like he's going to jink to the inside. He's having a look, but is he close enough? No, not quite. Oh, and gives him a bump for good measure. Obviously, Strachan not going fast enough through that corner for Voice's liking, but still stays ahead of Voice for the time being. While Haskell has taken 5th place from Fassot, so that's a change of position in LMP2, and he's managed to scamper his way up the road, but still, this is the closest battle on circuit still for 5th place in GT3. Again, Strachan going a little bit defensive into turn 1. As a penalty pops up for Baha, which I'm assuming is some form of pit lane infringement, as there's nothing in the steward's decision chat. And again, Voice practically pushing that Bentley around the circuit here. Just seems like that car's just got better traction, and he's gonna have a look up the inside. No, he thinks better of it, but he's now opened up the exit as Strachan just kind of parks the car on the apex, which has affected any chance of Voice getting a run. But he's going to have a look. He's poking out, but then at the same time, he's either got to make the move because they've got one of the LMHs coming to lap them. And that's just up ahead. That's Raschek, who's struggling a little bit in 8th position as we see the yellows appear in Sector 1. Again, just coming through Sector 2, now showing yellow, so I don't know if someone's had a little bit of an incident that's carried on into the second sector. but still behind, although we're not watching it at the moment, and Fassler. So I think Haskell has actually had some sort of issue because he was 10 seconds up the road from Fassler, and Fassler has now retaken 5th position from him. Meanwhile, in the background, as you can see, still it is the Bentley of Strachan leading Voice. Salingros has received a penalty, which I'm assuming is a pit lane infringement or track limits related. As again, nothing to see in the stewards chat. And, well, there was briefly, and yes, it has happened, through their side-by-side coming down into the corner. And well, the race leader was so lucky there, cutting ahead of Voice, and that's kind of, well, Voice had to go in deep there to avoid hitting the rear end of the race leader, which has allowed Strachan to get back through into 5th position. That could have been, wow, could have ended in tears for both Voice and Pajad, but off camera now, Voice has retaken that position for Strachan. And yet, you can see just in the background, the BMW is now ahead of the Bentley. Now this actually here ahead is a battle for 8th position, so this is Castruzzi ahead of Thomas Raschek, so he's going to have a look into turn 1. He jinks out to the inside, and it's a very late braking manoeuvre, and back up the inside comes Raschek, but they collide on the exit of turn 1. Caparuzzi has a look on the inside, but Raschek hangs it out around the outside and retakes that 8th position. Caparuzzi not happy with that, obviously flashing his lights whilst all this is going on. You've now got Voice on the back of these two. Now, Voices, these two are a lap down on Voice, and Voice is going to be wanting them to get out of the way as soon as possible because the Bentley of Strachan's going to be coming back at him. If he's not too careful. Again, flash of the lights from Caparuzzi on the Porsche. The Porsche goes in deep, I think, and just pulling back in front of Voice. Voice is not going to be happy with that, and yeah, Thomas Raschek not making many friends in that situation though. And well, off at the exit of the hairpin appeared to be catching up with us, but running rather slowly down the back straight. So, oh, and that's the leader there, actually, just having a little bit of an issue coming out of the hairpin and getting a little bit of a love tap from one of the BMWs. I'm not quite sure what happened there. And this is Anthony Walker who's making a meal of things by the looks of things, and it's Adam Zooks, who's still with a comfortable lead. Oh, and that's very deep for Hesketh there. Here's Strichan being lapped by some of the faster paced Olympic 2s. This is Daniel Mayer coming into the pits. We also see, I was wondering where he had disappeared to. It's Thomas Raschek is now in pit lane. As we just briefly caught a glimpse of LMP or LMH, and again it's Treshev having a bit of a off at the final corner, which has allowed Mercedes in the lead LMP2 to get past. Not that that matters. Benjamin Letelek in 4th position in GT3, so he's managed to keep hold of that position. And that's Hanek Jan Staneka having a spin at the top of turn 1. Jason Bintz from 2nd position has entered pit lane, and so that's he's having a pretty decent run actually. He was putting in some pretty fast lap times, and in the bid to try and close the gap to our race leader, although there is quite a gap to overcome. And well, at the halfway mark, as we're just about to tick over, it is still the Iris car of Pajad leading. In the LMH from the XRL Esports car of Mercedes, who's leading LMP2, and the Simco Mercedes of Adam Zooks, who's still leading in the GT3, both with, well, all three of them with pretty healthy margins over second position. And with that, that comes to an end for my stint. I believe we'll be going on a bit of radio silence for a couple of hours, but then we'll be joined for the last 2 hours in the much capable hands of Thomas and Peter. So I bid you farewell.
There's a stopped car on the left-hand side of the back straight towards the start. Attention all drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80. Attention all drivers, to go back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 8. Green flag, green flag.
Good evening, guys, and welcome back to the ERC 8 hours of COTA. We are in the middle of the race. We have just under 3.5 hours left to go in this race. I'll carry you through those 3.5 hours. I am later being joined by Peter Schoneler. Can't wait for him. My name is Thomas Raschke, and I will try to keep you as entertained as possible throughout those next 3.5 hours. Well, just as I'm looking, the number 94 car, which was running P2 at the time, had a disconnect, as it looks like. Very unfortunate for them. Let's see if they can get back into the race. Sure hope so. Still in P4 in class. So if they are able to get back as soon as possible, I think they'll be fine for a top 5 result. Can't get worse than 6th. So everything's still open for them. And anyone could run into the same kind of problems that he did. Chris Davies leading in the number 77 car, which I think is a Porsche. Yeah, it's a Porsche. They've been leading for the whole race with Le Meunier at the wheel and Stanislas Peugeot later at the wheel. William Snowden in the 7, Ferrari in 2nd place, followed by the number 50 Full Throttle Racing hypercar in 3rd. In LMP2 field, it's a bit closer for the lead. The 21 and the 23 are separated by 44 seconds. So let's see what will happen with them the next 3 hours. Maybe they will get us a bit of a fight for the lead. With Remco D2, the server operator, running in 3rd place in class right now in the 2 car. Very interesting. In the LMP2 class, we have one single Ligier, which is driven by Andy Tomlinson at the moment, which is running, I think, something like P9 in class. Yeah, exactly, P9 in class for those guys. And in GT3 we have a bit of a different kind of race situation. The leader is in front by a whole lap of that 87 car. But behind them it's quite close for ERC standards after that race time. So P2 is still up for grabs for anyone, really. I don't know how long this will keep being so close in the class, so we shall see. I just received the news that we might be able to get the number 95 crew on the broadcast as they just left. If they would quickly head back onto the Discord, then I could maybe move them to. Let's get them here with us. Welcome Alexander Betsky and Ryan Masunda to the broadcast of the ERC 8 Hours, drivers of the number 95 Ferrari hypercar.
Yeah, correct.
Tell us, what is the race situation for you guys, or what was the race situation for you guys? I saw that you DNF'd sadly.
Yeah, well, we came in here not expecting much because one of our drivers pulled out before. So we decided to just use this session as a test bed. It's going fairly well, and even though we're like down on preparation, Alex didn't even have the HUD system set up properly, or the mumble, which I found kind of funny. But we still managed to get to fourth before, sadly, DNFing. Alex, do you want to talk about it a bit more?
Yeah, I had expecting my pace. I wasn't expecting much, but even with the retirement that we had recently, or sorry, with P2, we would have actually been on the podium. So I'm pretty happy with my pace. It's not as electric as some of the insane drivers that were in P1 and P2, but you know, I've been doing a pretty long stint, and I just probably lack of concentration, just crashed at the S's, and yeah, it would have been like almost 5-6 minutes of repairs, so it almost wasn't worth it. So yeah, that's pretty much what happened, so we decided to pull out.
That's a shame. Usually those repair stops aren't that bad in terms of punishment in this league. I know what I'm talking about because I keep crashing quite a lot. Saw your car quite a lot in my rearview mirror when you went past me, that bright blue cars of yours, which I didn't think it would look that good on the track itself, but it's quite noticeable. How did you come up with that?
I personally think there's a lot of improvements to be made. Ryan threw it pretty quickly together, and we're actually going to change it quite significantly for the next round, which is Dubai. But I guess we were sort of going for like an Alpine-esque sort of color, something like that. It just looks like the Dynaco color. But yeah, blue Ferrari is pretty unique.
Well, it gives a bit of throwback to the 50s when Ferrari ran blue cars in Formula 1 for a year or something.
True.
So you can say that it's basically a throwback livery.
I guess so. Also, it also connects back to this team's original history when I first created in 2020, I think. And we raced in the Style Racing League in Automobilista, so we used the blue livery there. So that's also a throwback to that.
Yeah, I found the Ecto Esports logo. I found it a few days ago on my computer, so...
Oh wait, really?
Yeah, I have that logo, so... Which is quite weird because I can't remember having clicked for you guys. But I have the logo.
How's the race going for your team?
Well, basically as expected.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm sorry about the contact on the pit road. I couldn't. It's very hard to see the turn one with the Ferrari. The pillar on the left just blocks the entire thing.
Don't worry, I did the exact same thing.
Oh,
Like an hour later to some GT3 car, so
it's paid it forward, I guess.
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
And but I have to say one thing though.
Yes.
I think it was Alex that did that on the long straight. One of you two cut me off extremely dangerously at the braking point there.
Ooh.
So keep in mind that the GT car is extremely slow on the straights, but it doesn't vanish.
Yeah, they're very strong in the brakes. Yeah, it's Alex's first ever endurance race. It's first ever race on R Factor actually. So it'll take him some time to get used to.
Yeah, I had some pretty close calls. So did Ryan because somebody spun him out at turn 1. But generally, apart, I was managing the traffic pretty well. There was just a few problematic people. One of the LMP2 drivers, he looked like he was on new tires, maybe less fuel or something. And he just wouldn't let me pass for 2 laps straight. We made contact twice. Once it ended in the spin. So, like the LMH drivers, they have the less difficult job because with the higher downforce in the right situations, you can manipulate the car so that you can actually get quite close to the GT and the LMP2s without crashing into them and not losing too much time. But then there is something.
Remco too running a bit wide.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Just, I guess he might have locked up and hit the tire turn.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, did someone crash?
Yeah, Remco too just went a bit wide on pit entry and couldn't find the gap.
I'm 4 minutes behind on the stream. Hold on. Oh, Remco, isn't he the server runner?
Yes.
Oh, nice guy, him.
Anyways.
Just raced it on the stream to get this car where it is because the optimal cars have run very questionable at some points.
Yeah, today I learned it was optimal instead of optimal. I kept thinking it was optimal the entire time. Yeah, a little bit stupid from me.
All good. So, I don't think they will be too. I don't think they'll take it too badly.
Yeah, but honestly, for a test session for us, very good so far. We have our pace.
Yeah, you showed great pace out there, from what I can saw.
Yeah, and it's also Alex's.
Yeah, and we didn't even get to qualify right.
Yeah, and qualifying through the S's, the car just wouldn't grip up.
Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you exactly how many hours I have on this game because Ryan convinced me. I have 10 hours on R Factor 2.
Damn.
Yeah.
We got the 100 kilometers done in race.
I got the 100 kilometers done literally during the race.
Yeah,
I got
you got that achievement during the race.
Oh, interesting.
It's his first ever race, so I'm very proud of him.
Yeah, it's very good performance. And I said the major thing is, but that's the thing with every car, is the traffic management. But that's something that comes with the experience.
Yeah, so I think we did pretty well. We didn't kill anyone too badly where we got a penalty. I saw some people going like really aggressive with it. Like the car that spun me out on the first lap. Yeah, when I saw them go past, they're just like ramming their cars into the corners, trying to push the GTs out of the way. It wasn't the smoothest. Yeah, I think they got a couple penalties and then they called it quits later. Bruno, I think.
I'll be honest, actually, I think out of the two not backmarkers, but the two classes, I do think that the GTs are actually the more behaved ones.
They are.
I've had a couple more of the problematic stuff. Well, I might have had 1 or 2 incidents, but from my memory, that's all I can recall. Whereas the LMP2s, was pretty consistent.
Oh, Davide Capuzzi in the 162, spinning around. No one hit him. That was quite lucky from him.
Yeah, there was a very similar incident that happened at turn 1 with me and another of the LMH, where the person in front actually spun, and unfortunately I couldn't avoid it, and I hit their rear. But he came unscathed.
I saw a lot of my old teammates on the track. Alicio, you, the reading game car.
Man, that reading game car is having a reading game day out there. Man, really feel with that team and Jordi, especially Jordi. I know how he. I know from last season how competitive he wants to be, and then stuff just keeps happening. But at least he has a quick teammate now, not whatever the fuck he had last year.
What happened to the reading game car?
Sorry?
Well, what's wrong with the reading game? Where are the reading game cars?
They are, well, currently, they are actually, what is 72? I think they are at P8 in class.
Oh, they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, but, oh, just got past my car. They've done everything, they have good pace, they are quick, but they just seem to run into issues. Which was the case last year, but last year only one driver had pace and the other driver was trying to, I don't know, drive or something.
Yeah, when I was at reading game in like 2021, I did a couple races with them. I did the 2022 ER season and the 2021 SC season. The team is very well oiled. I gotta give Tom that. He manages a good team, but sometimes it's just pure bad luck. I remember during the 24 hours of Bahrain, I accidentally DNF'd trying to do a driver swap.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. That team just has extremely bad luck.
Yeah.
12 hours in, and then when I tried to do driver swap, I pressed escape, and then I exited the monitor, like subconsciously, because I was that done with my stint, and then that's a DNF.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's just a unlucky team, I guess.
Davis, an absolute unit. He's 3 laps ahead of Snowden. Do you guys know how long he's been driving in this series, or has he always been known to be this quick?
I think Loic did most of the work.
Yeah.
He lapped me like 3 times in like
Wow.
an hour. Yeah, Loic is a really fast driver.
And he drove very long.
Yeah, he drove a long time.
Pashot, I noticed, was, at least from what I noticed in the car, I didn't look at the lap times from them. He was at like, he had decent pace, but not like dominating pace like Loic. And Chris Davis, he's doing Loic Mounier kind of things. He's one of the fastest car on tracks right now, doing a 147.1 the last lap. And the second quickest lap was a 147.9. So that should tell you something.
That's quite fast.
Yeah.
Do you know how old their tires are?
Oh, I don't know. I can't see that, sadly. Only using the live timing that's available for everyone. So
Yeah, if those are laps where with traffic, then that is extremely impressive. 'Cause in traffic, I was doing like 49s to 50s.
that 77 car looks like on rails right now, and it's amazing.
Yeah, they could also go 2 laps longer than everyone else and have a shorter pit stop.
Well, you can play around a bit with the driver change to get a little bit of an advantage. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, we're still learning our cars, so
That's the next thing. I noticed with the GT3 car, I was, after 2 stints, I was able to go 8 laps longer than my teammate. I had 8 more laps in the tank than my teammate after 2 stints. So.
interesting. Why did you put in lean mix or something, or a safety
No,
car?
I raced it in Qualification,
Oh,
but I've just been running the tank dry. And then somehow I gained 8 laps on it. On the 444.
that's interesting.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
where's your car sitting right now?
8th in class, currently driven by Dominic. Oh my god, what has happened there? Big crash. Remco the 2 in the middle of it.
Are we watching the same stream?
Yeah.
Which stream are you watching, Ryan?
Wait, hold on. Okay, now
Yeah.
I see. Okay. I was watching the actual game stream, like not the game stream. I mean the live stream on
There's
YouTube.
delay.
The live stream is a bit behind. It's like
Yeah. Oh, now I see the crash. The crash is coming in now. A little delayed.
oh, that's the advantage of being of commentating in here because you can see what's happening in real time, basically. I think from the
Yeah.
game, the game to this, there's not too much.
That's the car that actually I crashed with. A couple of
Valley Esports. I have very close connections with them, so that was all okay. Actually, when I told them to forgive us, they were very confused.
They didn't
like,
even know.
Yeah, they didn't even know. I was like, hey, let me read the message chat. I said this in the general chat just because
Sliding from the McLaren.
that is very slidey.
I wouldn't mind too much. It's
Red, wide.
Peter Sean, man.
Thomas, I'm gonna ask you.
Nice.
How long were you watching the stream? Were you watching it before, like since it started, or no?
I had it running on my laptop whilst driving, so
Oh, okay, okay.
I didn't really watch too much. I just had it on for the live timing and to see what's happening on track, but didn't really look too much into it.
They should have you as an in-car commentator. That would be interesting.
I doubt it, because I was saying quite a bit of bad stuff in the car. I think you know how I am in the car.
Yeah. Oh, you're pretty good. You're pretty good.
Man,
You're
I
very
was
consistent. I gotta give you that. You're very consistent.
I was trying hard to not swear too much, but well, happens.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, this is where the car spun out here. We got on the curb and then straight into the wall.
Yeah, that can happen so quick.
Yeah,
But I
just
think that's
one
a problem.
slip.
I think that's a problem for all the cars.
Yeah, it's only round one, so I think when we get to like round two, maybe round three. By the end, we're going to be competitive, I hope. Maybe get fighting for podiums.
I think that would be quite a nice goal for you. You would be fighting for the podium today, even.
Yeah, but that'd be because of a bit of luck, I guess.
Yeah, but then don't DNF, Ryan. Keep going. Because if
Yeah,
you would be running P7 now, like where the car is right now. So if one car has the same kind of trouble, they are behind you. If then another car DNFs, they are behind you.
yeah.
Just
but
like
the
that,
thing
you
is,
find yourself in a good position again, especially in the hypercar class. After
thing is, we wanted to keep going, but when we brought it back to the pits, I was supposed to take over, right? But Alex, being new to the game, didn't realize he didn't set me as the driver, so he'd have to do one whole extra stint to get back in, to give the car back to me, and his wrist couldn't do it, so we just called it a day.
yeah, all good.
Yeah, but if I was in the car still, I would have just kept going. Because then we're gonna have to do an extra lap, come back in, switch the drivers, do all that. It'll look a little silly. But yeah, I understand what you mean when you say keep going, because yeah, I've been doing this for a while as well. Because like I seen like people blow their engines, and I gained 3 positions.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think you're actually more experienced than I am, so shouldn't tell you stuff.
I don't know. I'm all very on and off with the racing, so like sometimes I just not race.
And that's a Apex.
Oh, is that your car?
Yeah,
In the
that's my car.
background?
Yeah,
Oh.
the pink Porsche.
Are you guys lapping with Zoltan?
We would have. Yeah, he's
Yeah, he's
he's
P9.
behind us in position, so if Charlotte gets a bit closer to him, then we can lap him. Yeah. It should be quite good, because I tried to keep them behind me for like 10 laps, so that he doesn't have the chance to catch back up with us.
Hmm.
But it is what it is.
Do you want me to read the chat logs when I ask for forgiveness to Valet?
Well, I haven't read anything.
Okay, because what?
In which chat did you write that?
In the Valet chat. So because I'm a part of the valet team as well. So
Oh, I'm not.
okay, so for context, Jensen and Alex had a little bit of a kerfuffle, hitting each other a couple times, and then we were worried that Alex would get a penalty for that. So I started to beg for forgiveness. So this is what I wrote. To the EERC team, Alex is very sorry. And then team owner Massi Miliano Riboli puts a question mark. And then next is Alex Maggio, the Formula Sim racing driver, is like, what? And then I have to say, not you, Alex, my teammate Alex. And then Alex Hallows, the Team GG boss, the team I race for in FSR, also goes, what? And I have to say, not you, Alex, my EERC teammate Alex. Hit the Valet MP2 twice. So like, there's like 3 different Alexes in the situation. And I found it a little funny.
Got you another one in the pits?
Ooh.
You from P3? Man, really rooting for that car to get on that podium.
I always see Hallam voice. It's always competitive, but I've never actually talked to him or seen him anywhere else apart from the racetrack.
You're Peter. Or
Oh. Yeah. I've always see a Hallam voice sitting well on the track, but I never see him anywhere else, like the Discord or anything.
I don't know you. You can stay quiet and be fast, you know. There's
Yeah, I guess so.
there's not
Like,
really
he's
the need
very-
to be that active in a Discord.
Yeah, he's a very quiet guy. I haven't really talked to him ever. But I just see him on the track, and it's like, oh, it's all near the front.
There are quite a few people from that list that's currently driving right now that I don't think are very active on the Discord here. But on this Discord here, there are only a few people that are really active, and they do the shit posting part about it. So,
Yeah. Or they're like a part of the organization, I guess.
yeah. And Enzo Locatelli in the car that, if you look very close at it, that OSR LMP2, you can see that they left the wireframe on.
Oh,
Which is, I
anyways, riding
think,
on board with your car.
oh, it's nearly live because I have my car still open in RF2 and I can hear it in the background.
Oh,
And from what I can see on screen, it's pretty damn live. And Salt and Covet driving away a bit from us as of now, but at that rate I think they won't catch up. A 208.3 that lap.
that Finjavon LMH just looks like the Ferrari, but it's been painted a different color.
Well, it's fine, I won't.
Oh,
Well, nothing wrong with that. Car looks great. You
it
can
does
see
look great. I like it.
You can see from a mile back that it's that car, which is, I think, the most important thing for me as a GT driver. I want to see which car is coming to see if I let them through or not. Yeah,
Oh, you let me through a couple of times. I'm happy about that. Thank you, dude.
well, not on purpose. I tried to hold you up. I fail. Nah, usually they find their way around the GT car in the most difficult way there is, and then because if you are behind the GT car, the whole SS, then I can wait another 2 corners and go past on the straight. Like, it doesn't bring me any more.
Yeah, but like,
It's just me. I
yeah,
guess.
we had a couple of near misses at the S's with Alex because it's his first endurance race. I don't know how many times I've said that so far. Probably a couple. But yeah, he needs to develop on the traffic management.
Yes, that comes with the experience.
Yeah, but he's doing way better than how I started. My first actual endurance race. Okay, well, my first ever endurance race was the ERC 24 Hours of Le Mans. But since I was using a really bad laptop at the time, My computer couldn't run it properly. And I'm pretty sure that race was abandoned after 4 hours anyways, due to server issues. My first ever actual race was the VISC 24 Hours of Daytona. And that race, I almost got a disqualification because I kept hitting people. Like,
Yeah, when I remember back to my starts of endurance racing, it was in EERC still. A league which you know quite well, I think.
yeah, I know IVRC.
You knew because it doesn't exist.
Oh,
That's why I even found my way to you. And my first endurance race was, I think, a 6-hour race around the Nordschleife, and I didn't even drive in that one. So the first I really drove was, I think, some Spa race or something. Then, at the start of 2021, we drove the 6 hours of Daytona with me and Peter Jones in the car. And that was my first endurance win there, that day.
I still don't have a win.
Well, I think you know how retrospectively easy it was to win in IVRC.
Yeah.
Also, how little cars there were, because the people
Yeah.
didn't really drive. And as long as you weren't in the same class with Mark, then it was pretty much... As long as you finish, you have to win.
I remember I did the Bathurst race there in the supercar. I remember I was running really well and then my engine blew up. I was running first.
Damn.
Yeah, but
I can already hear how Mark commentated on it, because he usually commentated those Bathurst races. And then
I
in
don't
his...
think it was commentating that day because it was completely quiet.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
there was only like a couple cars running anyways.
Man, those were the times. I tell you.
They were fun times.
Yeah. Sadly, this league doesn't exist anymore. Driving with Mark doesn't exist anymore. But the team
What
still
happened to Mark?
exists. Mark doesn't want to race in RF2, which I understand. He's not a controller, so...
He's on the controller.
Yeah, he never drove with a steering wheel.
Oh. Okay, lap traffic with the LMH car. Fine Avant. I still can't pronounce it. I'm sorry. I don't know. I've been racing that team for years now, and I still can't pronounce it.
I don't know, just heard of the team last year when I joined EERC, and now 1 year later I'm part of them. Drove for them a few races already. Quite happy with that team.
I don't know. Last time last time I remember racing them was in FSR USA 2021, and the only reason I remember them so well is because they took each other out, both cars.
Yeah, that's kind of the stuff that might happen.
It's not as bad as what I did that race though.
Tell me.
Okay, so I was running my best ever race. Okay, like you saw how dominant Loic is, right? I only qualified a couple tenths off, like maybe 2 tenths off Loic, 3 tenths off pole. So I was very competitive that day. And then I was running like a best ever P5 in FSR, and FSR is very competitive. And then on the last lap, I just lose it, and I end up in the outside wall. So I DNF and finished P11. But the only reason I finished P11 is because everyone behind me was a lap down.
Oh, there you have the car. The car with the name.
There we go. It has a name. That's all I'm gonna say. Car with a name.
Dynamo Motorsports, number
Dynamo.
137, Ferrari 499P LMH.
It has a name. That's it.
Driven by Kalle Leisteler. Oh, damn, he's driving a different layout.
I remember
Yeah.
we got on that same section. That section of the track is very slippery.
I believe you.
Yeah, you don't want to go off there, especially in the hypercar. It will just spin you out when you try coming back.
Daniel Meyer in the number 712 neurotic sim racing car. Nearly running a bit wide there on the pit entry.
My first pit stop, I spun in the pit lane.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, you saw it?
I wasn't that far behind it. I only saw how you reversed onto the racing line and then went into the pit. Like not onto the racing line, onto the racing surface. And I was like, okay.
Thing is, I was like stuck because the car has traction control, surprisingly. So if I like put a little bit of throttle, I'm just gonna stall the car out. So I knew I had to dump the clutch and get it around. So I just did like an inside spin back into the pit. Just make sure I didn't go on the racing line, because I remember when I was like new to endurance racing, I did that once. Not recommended. Got clattered.
Yeah, I believe you. And the standings are a bit buggy now again. The pit stop time being shown for the number 21 car, which is clearly on track right now. As we see.
We all love a 5-minute pit stop, don't we?
Well, the number 19 has been in the pits for 11 minutes, so...
Wait, really?
Yeah, look at it!
11-minute pit stop.
But one thing I noticed so far the last couple of months, when it's blue, when the text is blue, then they are actually in the pits. So, when it's white, then they are just driving and the live timing on the screen is a bit buggy. Chris Davis in the 77 Porsche. Man, what a day that would be.
Oh. Pardon? Pardon? You go first.
Keep going.
Okay. Did you see the new live timing that Optimal developed?
Yes, I did. And we've been using that live timing for the Nordschleife as well, and I think he updated it a bit. It's...
Oh, really? You guys use it for Nordschleife?
Yeah, we do. What power race we did.
I didn't know that. That's very interesting. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's a great thing, and we from EERC are incredibly thankful to have that. To have Remco with us, doing such stuff for us.
Yeah, Remco's a really nice guy. He also manages the Valet practice server.
Yeah, he has quite a few practice servers running, which is quite great. Number 19, Enzo Locatelli.
5 seconds to the car next. Oh.
But look at the fenders. You can see the wireframe on there.
Oh, dude, I see the wireframe.
Yeah, that's the wireframe.
That actually looks kind of cool.
Yeah, but like, it's on the whole car. You don't see it from that kind of angle, but whenever it's on board, you see it.
I actually kind of like that. It's interesting. But if you're up close, it probably look a little odd. But from the onboard, it looks pretty nice.
There you have the Vale Esports car.
Yeah, I have to say sorry to these guys. And they're very confused.
Yeah. They are driving LMP2s, so they are confused.
Oh, there's the reading game.
Jordi Loris in the reading game car.
How many teams have I driven for? Oh my gosh.
Many, probably.
Okay, let's list them. Reading game. I drove for Valet in different series. Hunter Birch. They're not on the grid, sadly.
Yeah. And
my
if
own
you hear
Edco.
this, please put a car on grid again. We want them green Essence or BMWs or whatever he will drive back on the grid.
I love those Hunter Birch cars. They're very nice.
Well, they are on grid in the EERC PTZ. One of them actually being driven by myself.
Oh, you drive VTCC? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I went full-time this year, did one start last year, commentated last year. And this year I'm driving whenever I don't need to commentate, so...
Oh.
Got myself a place on the grid. Oh, look at it.
A little bit of battle. Oh, he's going out for the move. Down the inside. Yellow flag.
Yeah, in the street.
And he's through.
Well, but can the other car? Well, 1.5, 1.9, 2.
Does he have a bit of suspension damage? Is the car leaning to the right?
I think that's just the straight being a bit.
I'm convinced that's suspension damage. Like
Man,
a
you're
very minute amount of his little like car not being aligned.
72 now being in P7, somehow moving up one place.
Is the switching automatic from the
Yeah,
or someone?
I
I think it's.
auto director. Which
Yeah, I don't think there's actual camera director. I think it's all automatic.
oh, look at that pink Porsche.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, we have one R8, the CRS X-Card Esports, driving an R8.
I'm colorblind, so I'm a little bad with my colors.
Well, the car is grey, the R8, so
Oh, I thought it was pink. My bad. Whoops.
the pink car is the Porsche. It's my Porsche.
Oh.
Man, that Audi. I was thinking about driving it for this season, but I quickly figured that it wouldn't be the best choice in terms of drivability for a driver with my talent. And it doesn't actually sound as good as it does in other games. Decided against it.
I tested the Audi for a little bit, and I actually really like the car, but it eats through its tires really quickly. It handles nicely though.
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't find the hang of it. In other games like Race Room, I'm usually also driving the Porsche, but I tried the Audi, the R8 Evo 2.
Yeah.
And I found it quite nice with the new tire model they use. The car does feel quite okay in other games, but in R Vector 2 I can't.
Interesting.
But
I
also
don't know
have
how
to
the drivers in the Bentley drive. The Bentley is probably my worst car to drive.
and they are mad lads for choosing that car.
Oh, there's a spin.
The 241 Cyberlink's car, maybe getting a bit of a help to spin there from that BMW. It's just driving off into the distance now. I think we will see. Yeah, exactly that BMW.
Oh, that's my former teammate, Alicia.
Yeah, you got on the
Nice guy.
podium in that race. At Turkey, I think it was, last year.
Yeah, was it Turkey or Abu Dhabi? No, we finished 4th Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, in Abu Dhabi it was us two. In Turkey, I think it was... Wasn't it me, you, and Elisio? And I
Yeah, it was
had
me, you, and
my
Alicia,
podium?
yeah. Yeah, it was all three of us. And we got a podium?
I didn't... Yeah, you guys got on the podium. I didn't drive that day, I think, because... I don't even know why. But I
Did
didn't
you have
drive
like a
that day.
throttle problem?
Didn't I fall down some stairs the day before?
Oh, yeah, you did.
Wasn't it that? And then I for shit couldn't drive? Wasn't it that?
I think so. Let me check the chat. I'm checking.
Okay.
I'm checking the chat now.
We are checking.
Am I even still in the Hunter Perch Discord server?
Yeah.
I thought Edward would kick me out by now.
It's Edward, he won't.
No, Edward's a nice guy. Very good commentator as well. I don't know when to start up, so I'll just scroll up. This will take a while.
They're currently doing the same thing.
Turkey. I'm just searching up Turkey. Nothing says Turkey in it.
Oh, what is that? Oh man, I'm at the Hockenheim's stuff. my first podium in EERC that day with Tom Dillon and Alex. Oh, I still don't know how to pronounce his last name in the car. Ah, yeah, I led in Abu Dhabi for like 5 seconds because of pit cycle.
Oh,
I just found that picture.
I'm trying to scroll all the way up. What year was it? 2022?
No, it was
2023? Was it the 2023 season?
Yeah, it was. Charlotte
Your
Medical.
teammate is in the pit.
Well, I'm
I'm at the
Abu Dhabi.
6-hour Suzuka. That's how far I scrolled up so far. Oh, that became dark really quickly.
Yeah. There was Abu Dhabi. Okay, she seems to be off again. Not?
Where is this? Where are these messages? I remember we hated the Aston.
I don't know, I still think the Aston drove quite well, it was just a bit slow.
Yeah, it was slow,
But
but
like-
it drove nicely.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with the Porsche that we're driving. Me and Char decided to drive it because it's a nice thing.
I remember I missed the.
Ah, there it is. I found it.
You found it.
Yeah, I'll tag you. Wait.
Just reply and just say, "Oh, there you go." There we go.
There it is. Man, there's not much happening in the race.
I hurt my foot while it's working. Okay, I barely hit the brake.
Yeah, I fell down some stairs.
Ah. Where do we finish that race? Let me see.
You two finished P3.
Oh. Yeah, Alicia was on fire that day. He was a very quick driver.
Man,
He
Elise
qualified
was on
P2
fire
that day.
most of the days. The only thing that Elisio is kind of missing, but that's not like meant badly now, is he finds himself sometimes in weird situations.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Maybe he just needs to build the consistency.
That's not consistency. It's more the case of whenever something happens, he is there.
Interesting.
And sometimes he's there as the one that takes the freebie, and sometimes, or most of the times, he's there to get taken out by someone, which isn't even his fault. So, bad luck, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I don't really think you can work on bad luck. I mean, I just saw footage of him getting taken out in turn 1 of Watkins Glen. I got homework to do, so I'll talk to you guys later, alright?
It was
Hey,
nice,
Thomas.
nice having you here and your teammate, which has left long ago now.
Yeah. Nice
That's-
talking to you.
It will always be a pleasure.
Always. If I have more time, I'll come back, alright? If you're still here.
Ah, don't worry. I think
Bring
at
up all your seats.
later, Peter will be with me, and then the podcast between me and Peter will just keep on going. So.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for being here.
Uh,
It was very nice getting some insights of some hypercar drivers. And see you maybe today, and if not, then at the next round.
Nice talking to you, Thomas. Have a good one. Thank you for
too.
having me.
Always. That was the number 95 crew. Well, let's get back on this race situation again now a bit. We have a bit of a fight coming up for P8. Zoltan Kovac and Charlotte Manning in the thick of it. 2 attempts between them. Trying to look down the inside, couldn't do it. The 36 car, Hungarian hobby racers. Now coming down the straights, the McLaren should be a bit quicker on the straight. Porsche not really too optimal on this. Seems to be a bit of a technical problem on that number 48 Porsche. So, let's see the race situation. Jensen Binz being a bit sideways. Fighting for the lead in the LMP2 class, half a second behind the leader. Well, I think I'll have to leave you all alone for a bit now, until Peter Schoenemann comes in with me later again. My car, the number 48 Porsche, has run into a bit of technical troubles. Gotta sort that. And I'll probably have to do a stint in it. So, sorry to everyone listening. But there will be commentators back anytime soon. Don't you worry. So I'll welcome you all back into the commentary. I quickly did a lap around this track, switching back to the main driver again. Issues sorted. We can go back to the racing action now and see what happens on track out there. Well, after all that, our car is in P11. So P9 still up for grabs. That's basically where we ran before. So that's something. I see the leading battle in LMP2 is also heated down quite a bit. Ooh, Repco in the 2 car, going a bit of an off-track moment there. Not a lot happening on track currently, so of the people listening, if anyone of you wants to get into an interview or talk about their race situation or anything, just hop into the interview waiting room on Discord and I'll happily welcome you to the commentary booth and talk with you if you feel like that's the kind of thing you want to do. Always open for any. Peter Schoenemann, running P3 in class, right behind the 87, currently being driven by Jesse Monrose. Still got 2.5 hours left on the clock. Gaps are rather huge. There might be a fight for P2 in class, in the GT3 class, but the gaps have stayed the same for the time I was in the booth. So. Simon Kingsbury in the number 206 Sport Racing BMW, running P4. 40 seconds behind the 444, final one McLaren. Maybe they are able to catch up and give us a nice fight. Right behind on track, the 3rd place in the hypercar class. One of the 3 Porsches in the field. Porsche currently having 2 cars on the podium out of the 3 or 4 cars that are in the race, so not too bad, I'd say. Ferrari certainly was in the favorite position entering this race, but 77 Porsche quickly taking care of that. Tenth place, the 20 OSR BMW, 9 seconds behind the lone Audi R8. P9. Okay, wonderful. wheel of that car. The Lone Ligier, let's talk about that one for a bit. The number 13 car, Ligier being the championship winner of last year. So the 13 crew trying to catch on to that streak, but as of now they don't look too competitive within the field of Oricas. But it's very brave of them to use that car, to use the Orica. The Ligier, I apologize. Man, what's happening here? The 444 flashing the Team Iris BMW. With, I think, Elise Neto actually at the wheel of that one. Running P13 in class, having a drive-through penalty. There really isn't a lot to commentate about in this one right now. Not really any fights happening. The gaps between the cars being extremely huge once again. But, well, there's still 2 hours to go. Everything can happen. Every car in this field is still in it. Get a good finish out of this. Oh man, what happened to the car in the background there? This 73 Rocky Monsters car just in the wall there. But it seems like they are able to carry on. Dominic, 48 Porsche. Ooh, having a bit of a moment there. Oh. Nicely held by her. Car seems to be a bit twitchy. And the flashing of Elise Neto keeps going. This time it's a faster car trying to get past her. The OSR on P2. Followed by the overall leader, the 77, which had a pretty much perfect day today to be so far in front of the rest of the field, really showing everyone how it's done. That 77 car looks like it's on rails. So 112, Robotic Sim Racing, driven by Josef Frederik Sutter. Sutter, if you hear this, go quicker maybe. Bit washed. Wolf West, that's the Audi R8, the lone R8 in this field. Really could have used a bit more of them. Nice sound better. So quickly switch back to the lone Ligier. Then quickly back to the 73 car, which seems to have picked up a bit of damage in that incident there. Maybe I can quickly look what's happening with them. Anthony Walker having a bit of a moment at the exit of the hairpin in that 73 Orica. Oh man. That doesn't really boost morale in any way. Let's look at the limits. As you now see Ralph West going through the S's. Lifted first and second sector there. Quickly followed by Rampy Dessous. P5 in glass. We're running P3 at some point. Peter Schoenemann in the pits. On the 444. Let's see if they will switch their drivers over. Jeffrey Ellis in the Bentley. Quite a bit of a variety in the field when it comes to GT cars. Last year it was BMW, Mercedes and Ferrari, most of them. This year we have Porsche, we have a Bentley, we have an Audi, we have no Ferrari for some reason. We have a few McLarens, which are also quite popular last year. Quite a bit of variety within the GT car field this year, which is quite nice. Triple 4, now having changed drivers as well to Mark Horvath on this in the car. Former driver of Full Throttle Racing. So Peter is sure to join us at any moment. Oh, the drive-through for the 777 for causing a collision with the 444 there. Also drive-through penalty for the number 72 car, the Reading Game Studios car. I don't know the reason for that yet, but I think we will find out. Causing a collision with the number 94 car, that's the reason. Well, can't really do that. Number 94 car being... don't actually know which car. Number 94 being the P5 hypercar. Gen runner, Justin Frederick Suto. I think he took my advice a bit too literally, driving faster now or something. I don't know. The 8 car out of the pits now again after a lengthy repair stop. Closest battle we have on track right now is between P6 and P7. In GT3 class, 1.7 seconds between them. Man, that would be quite interesting to see. See if Auto Director will show it. Well, sadly, I can't choose which stuff is currently shown on stream. So I would have, if I could, I would switch to P6 and 7 in GT3 class, but sadly can't see anything. I can look at it in game. It's the only thing I can do. Since the stream is just showing us the leader in GT3, one lap ahead of second place. Oh, I can see it a bit on stream. So Giuseppe Pastore on stream there a bit, but not really closing down or opening up the gap. 2 seconds the gap between those two. '73 and Anthony Walker around again at the hairpin. Man, really need to start figuring out the traction control on that one. Right on, P2. 4 laps behind the leader, which, as we know, is the 77 car. Rookie's car ever, I guess. McCorford up to P3 again in the 444. Let's see what he can do with that car. Let's hope he can bring it home on the podium. Really wish it for those guys. Chose yellow in S2. Yep. P6 and P7 staying at 2 seconds as of now. Open up to 2.5 at some point. Going down to 2 seconds again now. There we have the chasing car of that group fight. 73 Rookie Monsters Porsche. Catching up a bit now from the first corner. 2.1 the gap now. As you now watch Harry Lawis go through the assets in that LMP2 car with his the reading game Studio Racing 72 machine. Ralph West into the pits with his Audi. Won't be enough to make it from that pit stop. So one more stop for him after that one. Is at 1.8 now for those two, 1.7. Interesting to see what they can do about it. We see it. Josef Velivitsuto in the picture. Running down the car in front. Since it's in the pits, I think. Now up to P9. Having overtaken that Audi that just ran into the back of Jeffrey Ellis in the pit lane there. Saw it in game. Oh man, that's not really a good look on them. James Hewitt, the leader, 37 seconds in front of P2 in LMP2. Interesting dynamic between those two. Jason Monroe is running pretty comfortably in second place in that McLaren, the Bros Racing McLaren. Just some Bros Racing, that McLaren. Elisa Neto in the number 777 machine. It should be the Team Iris machine, if I'm not mistaken. Having a very up and down race so far. Having great pace, throwing it early and then getting caught up in other people's messes all the time. Elisio Neto. Really could have been a better race for him. So now watch the number 50 full throttle racing Porsche. Penalty for Kalle Leistola in the number 137 hypercar. Also 7 seconds between P3 and P4 in GT3. Very interesting. There might be a fight for me for the podium. The gap between Pastore and Le Tollek. Sorry if I pronounced that extremely wrong. I'm not too sure how to say your name there in the 73 car. The gap up to 8.6 seconds now, so I think that fight is pretty much off the table now. Pastore having opened up the gap so far. NASCAR going around the outside of the 70s, of the 777 there. Also going around the outside of that Bentley. Nice to see a Bentley in the field. There it is, my car. Running a lap down to the next car. Having a bit of a repair stop. And overall quite happy with where this car is running currently. At least it is still running. There we have the driver of the 73 car. Gap opened up to 9.5 seconds now, so opening up steadily. Whereas the gap between P3 and P4 in GT3 is pretty much staying the same as of now. Not much changing on that front. Suto. I don't think he'll be all too happy about how the race went on for his cars. But they showed great pace at the beginning there, so I think they should be fine for the further rounds. Suto being a good driver himself. See Ralph West, P10 in class, and that Audi. Not really having a stellar day out there, but moving forward, that's all you can ask for in their position. Ellis in P7 now, and that Bentley, the Rookie Monsters Bentley. It's certainly a very interesting car today, and I'd like to hear from the Rookie Monsters people why they chose that car, because it's quite an interesting car choice. Against stop go penalty for the number 60 Audi GT3 for collision with the 93 on in pit lane. We sadly didn't see that on stream, but it happened. Very unfortunate for them. That will definitely put a bit of a hamper on their race. Peter Schunemann doing now a bit of the stewarding, helping Chris Tompkins out. West coming in now to serve his penalty. 10 seconds stop go penalty. Oh, but I think he didn't select it. Looks like a regular pit stop. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh man. Well, he might be joined by one of the drivers of that Bentley. The number 93 Bentley. Hello and welcome into the commentary booth for the EERC 8 Hours. Driver of the number 93 Bentley for the team Rocky Monsters. Unfortunately, not happy with that car.
I have certain opinions about Bentley that I would not like to talk about.
Well,
Because they're not safe for broadcast.
Makes sense. So, another thing that I'd be interested in is why you chose that kind of car. Like,
So the story is actually quite simple. We were picking car choice in Discord for it, and someone jokingly said, haha, pick the Bentley. And the guy who signed us up chose the Bentley.
okay.
And we're here now.
So it's not actually a choice of we think it's the best car for the driver lineup. It's more a mean kind of choice.
It is, given how all of our drivers apart from Brad drive, it is possibly the worst choice for car.
Okay.
Because none of us have any traction control, like throttle control, engine speed control, generalized talent, and the Bentley requires kind of all of them. It does make it a bit of a problem.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, if anybody has any traction they've got spare lying around on the grid, I'd like some. I don't really get upset at just staring at the blue lights for, the first 3 gears out of every hairpin.
Oh, is it that bad with that Bentley?
At the end of a stint, it's not great.
Okay. Very interesting. Man, and I thought there would be some story to this.
No mistakes
Because-
were made.
Well, if you should decide to choose a different car, keep in mind that you will lose all your points and everything, so...
Oh no, the points for finishing P9where. Holy so far.
Well, what position are you in right now? I think you're P7, so it's something, I guess.
7th for now.
I'm currently watching your car in-game. Let's see how it will handle out of that hairpin. I'm really interested.
Yeah, it'll be an experience.
Well, it didn't look too bad. Gotta be honest.
I heard you straining your voice. I don't believe you.
I don't know. Could be worse. God, I can't keep serious with this. This car really doesn't look like it's the choice of all choices.
No, it is certainly one of the choices of all time.
Yeah, of course. Oh, the oversteer.
Yeah, but if you watch it through the long right-hander, with basically the Istanbul Turn 8 copy,
Yeah.
you can enjoy.
Blue.
You can enjoy nothing happening.
Oh, understeer. How about you use 4th gear there? Just saying.
It just makes the understeer worse.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I
absolutely horrific.
in the Porsche go through the 4th gear. Well, but I'm in the Porsche.
Yeah, the Porsche's probably pretty much flat through there as well. On the
No.
first couple of laps.
No.
You lift it up to the second apex, and then once you're on top of the second apex, or just before it, you can kind of pick the throttle up and it'll drag itself around.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. But it's certainly
so
not
what
flat.
What happens with the Bentley is you hit the first apex, you lift, and then you lift, and then you lift, and then you lift, and then you lift.
I think
And
you
then by
forgot
that
to lift.
point, nothing has happened. So then you get back on the throttle because you've officially gotten bored, and you understeer off the track. It's perfect.
Also, I saw in-game that you had a bit of an contact with the number 60 Audi in pit lane. How?
I suspect that the Audi had what we would call an iRacing.
Ah. So it tried to go through you or something.
I suspect so.
Ah,
I mean, it
I
wasn't
see.
a massive hit, but considering the idiot at the wheel decided to do the final lap of his stint with like 2 liters of fuel.
Oh.
And only noticed when it went to about 0.9 on the back straight.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're really in the advanced techniques here.
Yeah, that CRS X car team seems to know the tricks.
Well, that was us.
Oh,
Everyone knows you've got to do a lap on 2 liters of fuel when your fuel burns closer to full.
how much fuel are you using in that Bentley, if I may ask like that?
How heavy is your foot?
I don't know.
If you want to be real gentle with it, you can get 3.6.
Oh,
Realistically, in race, let's race lanes. Realistically, race driving it normally 3.9.
And how big is the tank?
We're not running a full tank because it's mediums don't last that long.
Oh, you're driving me. Oh, interesting. Okay, well,
You saw how bad the blue lights were, right?
nope.
Times it by about 3 if you put it on the hards.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's
then the
an
Bentley is. Wow, what a choice.
It truly is. I mean, it doesn't help that none of us care enough to actually put any time into finding out why the traction is issues. We just kind of, keep softening the back and going, no traction, understeer, drop the nose, too much front end, raise the nose a little bit, That's one of the choices.
Man, I think that's the kind of team I had to go for at the start of the season, because for that kind of bullshit I'm always in for.
Oh, we have a great time. If you actually want to do, there is all of the RM drivers are just in a chat.
Are
So
they?
every RM car is in a chat, in one chat, and it is.
Yeah.
It gets loud.
Yeah, well, at the final one camp that I'm a part of nowadays, it's basically the same thing, and it's like, let me count. It's 5 people in the chat right now, but I think we were at like 7 or 8 when all the drivers were in and the driver changes started happening.
Have you? I'll send you something afterwards. I've got the beloved playlist that's normally specially reserved for 24-hour races.
Oh god,
That's
yeah.
what we're playing in the voice chat as well.
Yeah, we have the same stuff at the final one. It's amazing. If you want, you can send me an invite, and then I can annoy you guys during the BDD races, because I'm always looking for a place to shit talk.
You already annoy people enough in Smilcar Discord. I'll surely invite you. What could go wrong?
I'll just shit talk my way out of there. Don't worry. Yeah. I try to be part of as many teams as possible.
Oh, an apology for pit lane incidents.
Yeah, Beth Stimmels apologized on behalf of the team.
Now I almost feel bad for reports.
Well, they got a 10-second stop go out of it, so... Oh, Charlotte Manic with a drive-through. Beef. It's what for dinner, 300 at that.
Do you know how to reset the timing tower?
I can't.
Oh. Good news. I was just thinking that whole 20-minute pit stop going on for our LMP2's taking a while.
Well, also just saying, well, I won't say it now, I will write it or something. But you should keep a look out of the numbering of your cars, because
oh no, we've already seen that.
yeah, you might have 2 times the same car on track right now.
Yeah. Well, the Porsche identifies an LMP2, it's fine. If you put Ilka in the car, it'll do a 203 before the entry state. I believe. We all believe in Ilka. He's the fastest drunk alcoholic I know.
Yeah. I don't know, that's I think the reason why I was so slow today, because I'm on medication because I'm ill and I can't drink. And usually I drink and drive.
Yeah. Look, it's never the drunk drivers that are it's drunk.
Yeah,
They truly paint a bad picture.
Yeah, it's the people that don't know how to drive drunk. That's the thing. Yeah, what kind of 3 a.m. Le Mans 24 hours conversation is this now?
There's nothing compared to the one that we did at the end of Unforgiven, no longer around League 24-hour of Le Mans. That was fantastic. Me and one of my mates in the commentary booth after winning the race, after not sleeping for about 30 hours.
Great. Certainly, but the Porsche you have seems to... Did I just watch the 93 spin or something? What? Damn. But the other car, the 73, or as it should be, this 37 Porsche seems to have quite a good one. I've killed it earlier.
They've been okay. They keep doing this weird thing where they keep like driving away from the Bentley and then spinning and then coming straight back to the Bentley and then driving away from the Bentley and then having an accident and coming back to the Bentley.
Well, the Bentley
So
seems...
basically, like, you know, where does it bring you? Back to me.
The Bentley is like... Because it's so big, it has like its own gravity, so
I think so.
it pulls the cars together.
It slowly summons everyone.
Yeah. I've had it behind me for position at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I got crashed into enough times during my stint that I do actually suspect that that is the case. You know, the gravitational pull of my Bentley is simply too much.
Yeah, not even the
Especially when,
M8
you know-
how to do it.
Yeah, especially when you go for the second apex when I've already turned in and I'm already sideways. Like, what do you expect to happen here, sir? I'm already
Nothing.
having an accident without you joining in.
Perfect.
You have made your choice and please come.
I think you just need to accept your choice and that's about it.
It's
God.
a natural decision.
Yeah, obviously. It's... In that case, you can... Everything that happens, you can say, yeah, it's the Bentley's fault because we drive the
Yeah,
Bentley.
exactly.
And if you do well, that's the thing. If you do
Yeah,
well,
if we do well, it's because of our incredible talent and gigantic cojones.
yeah, and if you do bad, it's the Bentley. You have won in
Yeah,
either case.
It's perfect.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to choose the Porsche for this year, but apparently a lot of teams had the same thought, so...
Oh, our two cars are racing for position.
Oh, no.
Position, probably, yeah. Surely not. I think
Are they?
maybe. Who knows? I know, I'm too lazy to pull up the live timings. I just saw them like driving next to each other down the front straight.
Nah, it's... Jeffrey Ellis is at the end of the S's and...
Maybe my stream's 8 hours behind. Who knows? Shouldn't be the first thing.
Are you watching all the cars in a formation, or...?
I don't think so.
It's...
It's kind of dark, so I just kind of assumed that we were at about the right time.
No, the Bentley was around 712 of Suto there, so... I was looking...
Oh, it might have been that Porsche. Yeah, it's the fake RM clone Porsche. I understand.
Yeah, it's the... If you order Team Rookie Monsters on Wish, you get
Yeah.
that.
You drive for the Olympic. Maybe I should go there with Serbia's fastest sim racer, Joseph Frederick Suto.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
Somebody should tell him I said that. The reactions on it pretty good.
Well, I shouldn't shit talk in any way when it comes to Suto because I'll share a car with him in some other league in a GTE Aston Martin, so we've had great fun together in that one race Suto and me
like
did together. It's...
Joseph is a good bee.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I could drive 24 hours with him and not be bored.
Does he still have like the most Xbox 360 party chat sounding microphone in all of humanity still? Is that still occurring?
No, he sounds alright, I guess.
Oh.
What in the world is that? I never heard of that.
What, you've never heard of it? Like, you've never seen a video of like early 2000 or like early 2010, you know, COD lobbies on the old
No,
Xbox
not really.
360 and all
Well-
you hear is just like,
Oh yeah, when it's just sounds like they're talking to a fucking potato or something.
yeah.
Yeah, it's I see. Now I see.
It's fantastic.
Fantastic.
I can no longer remember if he's Serbian or Slovakian. I just remember referring to him as the other and then fastest sim racer, and it normally goes well.
I don't actually know what he is as well, that's like the thing, but
I can't remember. It's been so long since I've insulted him.
yeah.
I'll need to do it again at some point.
Yeah, hopefully.
Or you can do it in my stead. The reaction is always
Yeah, I can just write him. I'll just
Yeah.
write it on the final one Discord. I can just
someone's
write.
having an accident. Not me.
What do I need to tell him?
Good question. Just give me 2 seconds. I will remember.
I'm ready. Just write me what
We're
you
working
want to
on
tell
it.
me.
Working on it.
There we have the real 73 car, P4 in class. Well, what are the chances that you get onto the podium? Only 2 minutes behind.
I think I'd eat a hat. not even my own hat. I'd find somebody else's.
I'll send you mine.
Yeah. Call him Serbia's best sim racer. Do it now. He'll love it when he gets out of the car. Trust me.
What is his name up here? Ah, there he is. Yeah, told him. I've let him know. And I will let you know his response.
It normally works better in a voice chat from my experience. And when he was on his potato mic, all you would just hear was immediate microphone clicking.
Yeah, okay, he can shout quite a lot nowadays, and you can hear it quite well. That's the thing. So I think he has a better mic now. That's the main takeaway.
That kind of removes half of the fun.
No. I doubt it.
Also, is Janssen Bintz doing that race solo for Valley? I'm not sure I've seen anyone else in that car. Surely someone else has to have been in at some point, right? Anyway, I've got to go back because I imagine the team is probably on fire by now. Thank you very much.
Well, I just got the confirmation that Suto is in fact not Serbian. He's Slovakian.
Yes.
So I get where the
Hey,
reactions are coming
yeah.
from. So
You
I see.
know where this is going.
I see where this is going.
Good.
And now I feel kind of bad for doing this shit, but it's okay.
Don't. He loves it. It's his favorite thing. And on that note, I've upset some people, I've insulted some people, I've blamed my car, I've called myself talentless, I've called my team talentless. I think I've checked all the boxes. I can go there.
Yeah. Thank you for being with me here for a few minutes. It was amazing having you here. Great fun.
I really try my best to be unhinged. I hope it worked.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So, see you at some other race, or I guess, or something.
Probably. I'll
And-
do the exact same then too.
Hopefully. Everything else will be a disappointment.
I disappointed enough people already.
Yeah, well, then. Thank you for having me.
Having me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you
I'm
for
pretty sure
being here.
I'm pretty sure I should say that.
Yeah, normally that's
I feel like I'm the visitor here, no?
Yeah, nah, I think you're the main commentator now.
Oh no. Again.
Hate when that happens.
I've been signed up for things that I didn't want, just like the Bentley.
Man, I really thought there would be some nice backstory to it, and I like we figured that car out, and we're so quick with it.
No,
And
no,
it's
no. The reason was Bentley. Lol.
that's the best reason. So, yeah, thank you for being with us.
Yes.
It's been amazing having you.
I appreciate you for putting up with me.
Yeah.
Do not worry. It will happen again.
Yay!
I wouldn't celebrate.
In the
Bye.
Bentley! Yeah!
Not for long.
Yeah, see you.
Bye.
Great fun. Oh! Now that was the driver of the number 93. As we should also be joined by British Oneman at some point. Just get it? So, great fun with Robert there. Now knowing the backstory of why they chose that Bentley, which isn't actually as impressive as I thought it would be. Also the stream being a bit hung up now. Also the guy we talked about, Josef Frederik Substitute, Slovakia's best sim racer, and probably the best super sub teammate ever. Just waiting for it to show now. Let's see when you will join. Let's see. Well, the battle on track still a bit iffy, not much happening. Not really any short gap anywhere, sadly. What always having found himself into. So British Journeyman again should join in any second. Can't wait for him to arrive. To then relieving my driver. James Hewitt at 21, leading the LMP2 field for quite a while now. Lot of Jensen Bins. The 23 car. Quite a bit of nothing happening. M22 chasing down the 4th place, 73 car, the Rocky Monsters car. See what they can do. As we're now being joined by Peter Schoenemann, the commentary.
Hello,
Welcome back.
I'm back to finish off what I started.
Oh god. Well, finally someone to talk to.
Yes.
Even
Oh,
if
you
it
had
is-
Robert
yeah.
for a bit, right? No.
Yeah, I talked with Robert a bit there. I've talked with the number 95 crew, Ryan Masumda and Alex Betsky. But other than that, there wasn't a lot happening, sadly.
No, neither. There wasn't the steward report, so I've only had 2 reports.
Oh, yeah, but you've handled them well.
Did you ever doubt my abilities as a steward?
No, I've never experienced your abilities as a steward either, so.
No, same. But they weren't hard decisions, to be fair.
The only thing that could be argued about is the 10 seconds stop go for that Audi, but I've seen it in game whilst it happens, because I was in game.
Oh yeah, but
so
Chris gave 10 seconds for the similar incident earlier in the race, so I just copied his standards.
yeah, makes sense.
I'm not here to do anything fancy, considering stewards.
Well,
So are you gonna do the last hour then?
Yeah, I'll hop in the car for the last hour. Relieve the
Alright.
driver. Well, it's been a difficult race for us anyway, so
Yeah, it's been one to learn from now.
yeah, that's exactly what I expected, to be honest.
It's funny that you, before the race, asked if the force feedback reset button was assigned. And then an hour later, it would have been needed.
Well, I learned the hard way because at the Nordschleife I had the same problem, and that was on 2 different occasions that I had that problem. And ever since that I have the
It's the
button.
Porsche. I'm pretty sure it's the Porsche.
I don't know. I
haven't had that
I
problem for years.
I have that problem with any car in RF2.
I don't know. I haven't had it in years.
Okay. I think I'll just.
I
get
think I
RF2.
actually never had it in RF2,
Okay.
but I
Okay.
still have the button assigned.
Interesting. Do you
Usually
have-
I would assign the button after it went wrong, but
Well, it is what it is, or whatever they say.
it is what it is.
Well, then I will leave you alone with the
Yeah, thanks.
chat, with the very energetic chat.
I never read the chat actually.
Yeah, there's not much.
Maybe I
going on in
should.
There, sadly.
Are there people in there? Maybe I can
Yeah.
follow them.
We've got 42 people watching, which I think 30 of them are just people from the teams who just want to have the live pictures.
Yeah. Probably not even listening.
So far, no one has complained about my commentary, and I haven't commentated for half of it, so that's not
I
really
mean,
going well for the chat.
That's endurance commentating, isn't it? It's just talking very occasionally.
Yeah. Because I was so keen on having people in the booth, and man, it was fun to have Robert with me here. He's a fun guy. And I think you might have a bit of a history with him, because, I don't know, Final Want and Rookie Monsters.
I don't think I've ever talked to him.
Yeah, you should. He's a fun guy.
So, no history as far as I can remember, but who knows? I've said a lot of stupid things to a stupid amount of people, so it could very well be as well.
Well, I don't want to pull out any rivalry out of this that doesn't actually exist. So.
Oh no, I don't think that. Well, there's something exists like a healthy rivalry.
I don't think that exists.
Okay, well then there's no rivalry.
Well, it does exist, kinda. Charlotte and me started out in that way. Because in other games we are pretty close in terms of pace. And in RF2 she has the advantage over me. But that's how we started out, and then it went further.
And then she puts you on wet tires on the right track.
Yeah, man, this year, when we meet up again at Achten, I will make sure to use that as often as I can.
If it's dry,
Because
I would
I'm
at least say every 5 minutes that it's time to put on some wet tires.
Every time a car is in the pits, man, I hope they put on
They're
the wet
probably
tires.
gonna put on wet tires.
Ah,
And
perfect.
when it's actually wet and someone goes for wet tires, you say, "Oh, look, he selected no chains."
I think she'll get fed up with me in like 5 minutes.
That's
And not even that long.
you have fun for at least 2 hours.
2 hours, I'll have fun for the whole fucking weekend.
Fair enough, yeah. I mean, you have the best weekend of your life, and her day is ruined.
Yeah. No, I won't do that. I'm not that kind of guy. But I'm the kind of guy
You're
that will
not?
leave you now because
Yeah, you are that kind of guy. You see now. You leave me behind alone.
God damn it. I'll get your car to the finish. Is that enough of a
That's fine for me.
It's not even your car in that case, isn't it?
No, it's not my car. I honestly don't care, but
It's our
I'm
car.
happy
It's
for
the
you,
Soviet
finish.
car. It's a communist car. God damn, it's a bit too late for me.
Well, good luck driving. Keep it on the black stuff. And,
Yeah, I'll try.
Try to keep it pointing the wrong way, right way, not the wrong.
I'll try keeping it the wrong way.
I'll try both. Maybe it's quicker.
Yeah, I don't know.
Alternative strategy.
I doubt it, but yeah. Well, see ya after the race.
See you after the race. Yep. So, with a little over an hour to go, we're back how it started. Still the Irish 77 in the lead by even a greater amount behind them. To be exact, 5 laps. Oh, and there is a GT3 that's pointing towards the pit lane on the main straight. I hope he knows there's a wall in between him and the pit lane. On board with Jensen Bins in P2. 33 seconds behind P1. So we have a driver swap for the Simco GT3 that's leading the race in their class. It's Kiss going out and is being replaced by Adam Sooks. So Robin Moiling is going for a small excursion for the team Rookie Monsters number 73. Oh, and Jordi Loes with a small spin, it looks like in sector 3. And that's Josef Frederik Suto, also known as the best Slovakian racing driver. Who's getting touched there again by the LMP2 of... Is that the... It's not the OSR. Yes. Sending out some flashing. Suto wasn't happy with it. I think we're watching the closest cars battles we have. After 7 hours of racing, Sellers and Laterac are still within a second of each other, or within 2 seconds actually. And it looks like Sellers is the quicker of them too. I wonder where Sellers actually is then. I already passed it, but the overlay still somehow says he's behind. Wait. Yeah. As Louis Ascot is spinning in the last corner, but keeps it straight. Somehow saves that. And here is Adams Hooks, comfortably in the lead. 1 lap ahead of Monrose. Been in the lead for pretty much the whole race, apart from the first couple of laps, where Ilko Bassink took the lead and kept it for a while. So here we see the Hungarians hobby races, and now we switch over to the other Hungarian, Mark Horvat for the Van Aft Motorsport 444. Also pretty steady in P3, but I'm knocking that off on some wood because that's my car. And here is P2 chasing Monrose. William Snowden still in P3 for Boy Transport Racing in the LMH class. We go to the other Boy Transport Racing with Valentin Ilyav, P5 currently in GT3. Also driving pretty much in no man's land with 3 laps to the leader and 1 lap to the car in front. They have 46 seconds on Sellers, who is hunting them down, it looks like. I wonder if he can close a gap of 46 seconds in a time span of an hour. So we have a yellow flag in sector 2. She's disappearing again, and the Cyberlynx heading for the pit lane. Gonna do his final stops, I assume, and the other Cyberlynx is a bit struggling in the final turn. Car looks a bit out of shape on the exit there. This is the time that we're gonna see everyone making its final pit stop. I think around 15 minutes left before the LMP2 field would, but the LMHs and the GT3s, for them this is the time. I know some of them are off sync after 7 hours of racing. Oh, and here we have Rolfes with I think that's the I can't see it's 10th in the class of it's Sermetusturk, yeah. I thought it's the Moonstar Racing team, or just Moonstar team actually. 41 car. Couldn't actually see what happened there, but they had some excursion together, that looks for sure. And we have a penalty for Jensen Bins. And I wonder if that's a... Sorry, that must be a drive-through for too many cuts. He wouldn't probably be too much bothered about it because he has 2 laps on Nicolas Paletti. Oh, Jensen Bins now shows us a DNF on my screen. That's interesting. I know the stream is a little bit behind, so probably takes a bit before it shows up here. Yeah, yellow in sector 3, and there goes Pins. I wonder if he crashed then, or what happened to Jensen Bins. I think he forgot to pit, because you see him stopping just before the pit, just after pit entry, and then slowly driving further, but clearly runs out of fuel. So that's a pretty silly one, especially from P2. So that Jason Jensen bins out. Oh, that means Poletti is gonna promote itself up to P2, and Remco de Zeeuw is gonna get his podium. Unless he does something crazy, or both of them actually. As Pastore enters the pits. He was in front of Warfat after Mark Warfat went to the pits before him. But I think the gap was pretty significant before that, so I don't expect the undercuts or overcuts to work. So we have a yellow in sector 3 again. Hopefully nothing major this time. 50 minutes remaining in the first round of EERC Endurance, Circuit of the Americas, in the state of the Lone Star, Texas. We don't have any major battles going on right now, but it's Alexander Maltsev that spun, and this is an awkward place to be pointing the wrong way. But he manages to the 3-point turn before someone else comes. The only thing that's catching my eye so far, that's Bradley Sellers catching up to the 206 of Boy Transport Racing. But it's gonna be really tight if he makes that. And Chris Davis in the lead, he's miles off where he should be. That was nowhere near the racetrack. Oh, and that's Giuseppe Pastori going off on the same place as we saw Chris Davis do, with a little snap when he came back on the track. So we have another yellow in sector 1, but it's away again. While we're looking at the HHR of Southpost Ardeli. But I've butchered some of those names today, massively. So we have a penalty for Maltsev. And I think that's once again a drive-through for too much cutting, since we have no message about it in the stewards' decision sheet. And the penalty for Yilmaz, that is the Moonstar team. Also for too much cut tracks. And this is Maltsev once again pointing the incorrect way and hits the wall in his attempts to turn the car around very quickly. Got to be careful with this rejoin, but luckily it doesn't come across the whole track when he does. So we're on board with Valentin Iliev, who's been slowly being chased down by Sellers, but I really don't think Sellers is gaining enough barrel up to be able to overtake him before the end of the race. So we're looking at Louis Heskett in P12 for Team Iris. This tropical looking BMW. This is his own Parker James for his last pit stop in the pits, because that's where you do your pit stops, in the pits. So we've passed the 40-minute mark and 37 more to go for this race. It's been quiet. It's been real quiet. But what I see is Sellers gaining another 10 seconds on Iliev, so maybe he's gonna prove me wrong. And I see Locatelli within 20 seconds of Mulling, so who knows, something happens there. But I think the Locatelli is yet to stop. So we have a penalty for Kovacs. But once again, that's one for cutting too many corners. This race there were 10 penalty points for cutting, which is already quite a lot. And oh, that's the Moonstar Racing pointing the wrong way and almost getting in the way of Thijs Bruinen. There was an interesting way of rejoining the track from the Moonstar. As we see Rolfest driving slowly through the S's, but he seems to be picking up the speed again. Probably just missed either his braking on turning point and had to slow down the car. Now Bradley Sellers for Team Rookie Monsters, still gaining on Iliev, but also slowly running out of time. Well, we're with leader James Hugh, leading the LP2 class with a yellow flag in Sector 2. Well, we switch to Mark Horvath. Oh, it's Chris Davis, leader of the race in the gravel. This time at the outside of turn 1. It's an odd place to get off track, but with 5 laps as a gap behind you, it's not more than normal to lose concentration every now and then, I can assume. With 30 minutes to go. 7.5 we have done. Bradley Sellers, it's the gap that I got my eyes on, and I will be doing that for the last 30 minutes, is now 17 seconds behind Iliev. That could be really, really close towards the end. As we see on the overlay, loopbacks in the pits, but we see on the screen that he's driving. That's interesting. So see James Hugh passing Thomas Rushke, who's gonna finish the race for the 48. While we're looking at Adam Stokes, still very comfortably in the lead. I haven't seen them make one single mistake yet so far. Robert Precker for Full Throttle Racing Team. Only 11 seconds behind William Snowden, so if Snowden makes a small mistake, he knows Precker is gonna get that second position from him. Giuseppe Pastori, still driving in the Renegade Sim Racing Team, the 162. Slowly catching Mark Horvath, but that gap definitely looks like it's a bit too big so far. Louis Esket for Team Iris, 14 seconds behind the car in front. Not happy with how the prototype overtook him there. So found out that the overlay time is actually incorrect. It's about 5 minutes more there than there is actually left in the race. We're now 26 seconds away from the 20-minute mark. And also Bradley Sellos is in the pit, so that's the battle I was waiting for. I guess I have to wait for round 2. Because that ain't gonna happen, and now all the gaps look like pretty settled, apart from Brecker still being within 20 seconds of William Snowden. But then again, 13 seconds is still quite a bit to make up within 20 minutes, especially since there isn't much change in there. So it's really only if Wim Snowden makes a mistake, then there is this chance for Norbert Brecker. Then the next closest gap is Pastore towards Horvath. But also there, I think at the hour point it was 47 seconds, so it's only a gain of a couple tenths per lap maybe. So we're on board with William Snowden then. So we're on board with Enzo Locatelli, and I thought he had to make a pit stop, but he's still staying strong in P2. Here's Valentin Iliev, and he can now be pretty sure about his P5. You see that Norbert Brecker has closed in on William Snowden by quite a bit. Gap only 9.4 seconds now, with a little over 15 minutes to go in this race. So Norbert Brecker still going the full 100% for it. Of course, the win is out of sight, but P2 definitely not still possible. So he did this on board with Norbert Brecker, who is now only 5 seconds behind the William Snowden. And actually, he's right behind William Snowden. That's delta is incorrect, looks like. Because that car in front of him, that is William Snowden. So unless we have some overlay foolery going on, this is the battle for P2, with only 14 minutes left to go. And of course the cameraman decides it's not the right time to show a battle. We're gonna watch the leader, who is 5 laps away from the rest. And we're back with a battle. Norbert Brecker. Close the gap. Now has to find a way to pass William Snowden. Looks like he gets a little bit of a better exit off turn 1. But in the SS there's not really an opportunity to put your car side by side. He's really close now, he's gonna try it. But there's a GT3 car that's in the way. He's really close. I think Brecker's gonna... He's trying on the outside. Next braking zone is for the hairpin, and then they have the back straight. More GT3 traffic to be dealt with. In the slipstream, Snowden's going for the defense, Brecker choosing for the outside, brakes later, and he gets the job done. So in the last 10 minutes of the race, Brecker makes the move for P2. For some reason the delta is still, or the overlay is still thinking Brecker is behind, but I'm pretty sure he isn't. Oh, Brecker going wide and spins it. That's gonna hand back the position back to Snowden. He was quick back pointing the right way again, but now has to do his whole work again. And the gap is not big, but he's definitely tight on time. 9 minutes left to go in this race. And back to a gap for around 1 or 2 seconds. I think, yeah, the final half is still in between them. It looked like he had the job done, but makes himself a hard time here. And now he's stuck between this LMP2 and the GT3. Boxing the LMP in for a bit. Clears the traffic in after all. Bit of shenanigans behind him there. Looked like some contact. Yeah, it's Luke Bax right behind William Snowden. And here is Norbert Brecker. He's gonna have to drive the best 8 minutes of his life to do the same trick he just did. He definitely got an advantage in pace over Snowden. We have seen it before. He drove from 20 seconds and overtook him. And then 1 lap later exactly, just when the overlay recognized his overtake, he spun it. Going wide here. Maybe he has some points left on his point system before he gets the drive-through, so he can take some extra excursions. Gotta hope that this Fijnavond LMH gets out of his way soon, but he needs to hit some apexes before it will, because now he's only losing more time. Seven minutes left in this race, and we got a race here. You see Snowden getting a little bit held up by the GT3 that was there in the SS. Really catching backs in the braking zones. Snowden now stuck behind the LMP2 in the penultimate corner. The same will happen to Brecker in the last corner. We now push it on the inside of Bax. And it's right back on the tail of William Snowden. We have 5 minutes left to go. He's looking on the inside of turn 1, but not going for it. That didn't look like it would be a good move, to be honest. It was quite far behind. Oh, he's now on the outside, but Snowden has to deal with the traffic, and there is contact. Last 5 minutes, and you definitely see the aggression on the drivers is getting even more. He's now on the outside, but there's traffic here, and the traffic picks the inside, so William Snowden loses the position again. But he's on the inside for the hairpin. There is contact again. And almost sends Snowden into a spin. It looked like a gap was always going to close, but Snowden still went for it. And is he actually to blame with 4 minutes to go? He's driven over 7 hours to get in P2, so of course he's going to defend it hard. And now Brecker needs to try to drive away, and you don't do that by hitting the curb like that. Last time he overtook it, cost him a lap before he spun the car and handed it back over to William Snowden. He now needs about 3 more laps before the race is finished. So we have a yellow in sector 2. And a yellow in sector 1. Someone is testing the marshals if they're still awake. So if you were watching and you think, did Norbert Brecker not just overtake William Snowden? Yes, he did. The overlay is I think around 5 minutes behind actual racing, but the images we see, they are synced with actual racing. So I think all the times, all the deltas we see are about 5 minutes delayed, maybe a bit more actually, maybe even 6. And on the in-game clock, we have now only 1 minute left to go. And Chris Davis just crossed the start-finish line, so we're on the last lap for the leader. Chris Davis in a 77 Iris LMDH, who was driving together with Stanislas Pajot and Loïc Monnier. And I don't think they've made one single mistake. They have a lot of experience in this car, they said already. Probably a lot more compared to the rest of the field, but still an absolute masterclass from these 3 guys. And right now we're officially out of time. 8 hours has been passed, and Chris Davis is a couple corners away from winning the first round in the EERC Endurance in the elimination class. And the same goes for James Hugh for XRO Esports. He just coming out of the first corner, so he got a full lap to go still. And Adam Sooks in the Simcoe, he is actually behind Chris Davis on track. As we're now watching Chris Davis into the final corner, absolute masterclass from the Irish team. No mistakes, 5 laps to the car behind. It's pretty insane, to be honest. He can just stop now, take a cup of tea and still win the race. And also Adam Sooks is almost in the last couple of corners. I think it's James Hugh not far behind him, but he's definitely gonna cross the finish line before winning for Team Simcoe and the Mercedes, together with Kiss, and I think it was only Kiss and him, to be honest. Maybe not, sorry if I'm forgetting someone. They all did really well. 1 lap on P2 with Monrose, and here is James Hugh, 3 laps on Locatelli. Also a very, very good race from the team, from XRL Esports.
Just a quick reminder, with all the flashing, make sure your lights stay on because you can still get DQ'd.
And James Hugh now going through the final corner, one of the last cars probably to finish the race, but still finished first in class. Very much well done for them as well. Thanks around me. Can't really remember who else was in that car, but congratulations. So we animate the 77 Irish finishing P1, Norbert Brecker finishing P2 for full throttle racing, William Snowden the number 7 finishing 3rd for Boyd Transport. Then we have James Hugh winning the LP2 class in front of Enzo Locatelli for online sim races, Robert Mulling for Team Rookie Monsters, and Adam Sooks will win GT3 for Simcoe in front of Jason Road Racing and Mark Horvath for Fine Alpha Motorsports. This was the 8 hours of EERC Endurance. It's been an eventful one, especially the first couple of hours. We've seen some shenanigans every now and then. And I will just be waiting here to see if... Oh, apparently my mic is shitting itself. Well, that's good to know. I'm pretty unable to check that. I hope my microphone is getting any better. I think it's a CPU that's having a hard time from everyone leaving the session. I'll just close my game since I don't need it anymore. Maybe that's improving it a little bit. Let's see if there's anyone waiting in the interview. Not really. So I guess this means we're gonna end it here if no one is gonna join us for the interview. Maybe some of the teams on the podium can join. I don't care, honestly. There we have the results. Maybe we can go back to the LMH, but anyways, it's Jensen Bins. This is not the correct result. Jensen Bins is the DNF, so I don't know how we got to that result. Okay, for the LMH, it's Loic Monnier winning for the Team Iris, together with Chris Davis and Stanislas Peugeot. It's the CRS X-Kart eSport 94 Ferrari in second place. The Promix Flame Team 84 Ferrari in third place. But I don't think this is correct either, because William Snowden was third. So, unless we have some results that actually are correct. We're trying to get the right results on the screen, but since the overlay kind of shitted itself, it's not making it any easier. Maybe now the time run out, the overlay is somewhat synchronized. Nope, it's still not. Okay, I'm gonna check one more time, but no one for the interview, so... Oh, there is Thomas. Just saved by the bell. Hello, Thomas.
Hello. Have you found the results yet?
No, we have not found the results. Well, we have found a result, but it's not the correct one. I don't know how the overlay comes up with it.
I have the live timing open right now, and
oh, that's actually a good one.
It looks pretty much right. So
maybe you can read down the.
Of course I can. So Chris Davis, the winner of the first race of the season, the EERC 8 Hours of COTA, with a solid drive there. Like he was head and shoulders above the rest of the field. Followed by Norbert Brecker in the Full Throttle Racing hypercar, and William Snowden in the Boy Transport Racing car running at the podium in the hypercar car. The Double-Links Racing Porsche in fourth, followed by the CRS X-Kart Esports Ferrari, Panamont Motorsports Ferrari in sixth, and that's all the hypercars that finished, if I'm seeing it right.
Yes, that's correct.
Then we'll just go to the LMP2 cars. James Hughes in the number 21 XRL Esports car wins that class outright, also with a solid performance throughout this race, especially when the 23 car retired. They were pretty much unchallenged throughout the whole race. Enzo Locatelli in the number 19 Online Sim Racers car in second place, and Robin Mulling in the Team Rookie Monsters car rounding out that podium. As we go further down the field, Glenn Hatchak in the Optimal Esports number 2 car, followed by Thomas Mold in the CRS X-Kart Esports number 32. Tace Bruinen in the Reading Game Studios Racing 72, followed by Nikita Smirnov in the Cyberlinks Racing 241. Orica. Then the lone Ligier in the field, Andy Thomason in the Shine Automotive Ligier, doing really well for the fact that they had a Ligier. Gotta say.
Yeah.
Followed by Hussein Yilmaz in the Moonstar Orica 07. And that's all the finishes for the LMP2 field. Adam Suchuk's in the number 93 Simcoe Mercedes, taking the win for the GT3 class. Jesse Monroe's in the 87 Rose Racing McLaren, taking P2. Followed by Mark Horvath in the Paramount Motorsports 444. Congratulations, Peter.
Thank you, thank you.
Giuseppe Pastore in the Renegade Sim Racing in P4, followed by Valentin Iliev, Benjamin Lutalek, Bradley Stellas, Zoltan Kovac, Jensen Binz is one of the LP2 cars, sorry. Daniel Meyer, Sakira Bidus, Rolf West, Louis Hesketh, Thomas Ruschke, well, myself. And that's the whole GT3 field.
That's it. That's all the finishers for today's race. 8 hours have been passed, and we've got our winners and our losers. Well, thank you, Thomas, for having the results ready, while me and Chris were having a big skill issue. So, since there's still no one in the interview waiting room, I think this is the end of the stream.
Yeah, I think so.
Unless, Thomas, you have something to tell.
No, not really.
Well, thank you, and thank Ryan for commentating, and I think who was there with you for a bit? Robert Sochan.
I had the number 95 crew with me for a bit, and I had Robert, I don't know how to say it last name, from...
I say Strachan,
Rocky
but it's probably
Monsters.
wrong. I've butchered more names than seconds have passed in this 8 hours.
Same.
But yeah,
Thank you to
thank you
everyone.
to everyone who hopped in the commentary channel. It's not been well, as you maybe expected to be, but we're a bit short on people every now and then. So, and especially with 2 out of 3 also participating in the race we're about to commentate on, it's didn't make it any easier. But I think, or hopefully for next race, our main commentator Edward Hunter is back, and he will provide you from some good commentary.
Until then.
Yeah, I think that was it, no?
Yeah, I think so. Next race.
Next race, where are we at
Dubai.
actually? I can't remember.
Doing the 6 hours of Dubai.
Dubai,
Or-
yeah.
Yeah.
So
on
when
the
is that?
27th of April. So let's hope we will see all you there
Yes,
as well. As,
expected.
yeah, obviously. And let's hope it will be as amazing of a race as this one was.
Yes, I hope so. Well, goodbye everyone. Until the 27th of April.
Exactly.